So I didn't say they aren't just here for the fall.
Test 1, 2, 3. Yeah,
You know where there's any extra chairs?
I don't. I'm sorry. Lev, where's Lev? He was just, oh, he's up there.
Hey guys. All those meetings where we've had sandwiches and had gotten done early.
Forget about it.
Yeah, that's not today. We're eating it here tonight. Faux show.
We can go.
All right, you can turn, folks, you want to turn your microphones on, please?
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is a call to order of the Providence City Plan Commission. This is a regular meeting. Today's Tuesday, August 15th, 2023. We are beginning this meeting at 4:50 p.m. Let's start by taking a roll call. Let's go around, starting with Noel.
Thanks, Ed.
Make sure your microphones are working.
Will Sherry.
Town Manager, Car DPD staff.
Robert Azar, staff.
Sharon Gardner, legal counsel.
And I'm Michael Gazdaco, Chair. We will move right into the approval of the minutes from the July 18th, 2023 meeting. You should have all received them prior to this meeting. Hopefully you had a chance to review. If there are any edits, please say so now, or we can take a motion to approve.
Move to approve the minutes.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Abstentions? The minutes carry. We'll move right into the director's report, Mr. Azar.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Today, I just wanted to spend a couple of minutes to talk about some impending changes that are coming to the zoning ordinance and to the development review regulations, which are the rules by which you review subdivisions and land development projects. I sent out a memo and we have it posted online for members of the public. It talks about the fact that at the end of the last legislative session, there were some significant bills that were passed related to zoning and land use and housing production. These went into effect on June 24th, and we have until January 1st of 2024 to make the changes locally that are required by the state law. It's not a lot of time, given the way that the public hearing process works. We're going to need to introduce these to you at the September meeting to send on to the city council, and then the hearing process will take place through the fall. Just to give you a quick overview of what some of these bills do. First of all, there were, I think, 12 or 13 that passed, but only 4 of them are relevant to Providence and our regulations. The changes to the Zoning Enabling Act amend the standards for variances. They require municipalities to allow for special use permits and variances to be granted together. We already do this. It had been optional until now. Every special use permit now has to have specific and objective criteria. We do this for the most part, but we'll have to make some updates. Dimensional modification, which is a process whereby the zoning official can grant minor dimensional variances. We have that in place today, up to 10% of any dimensional standard. The law is going to mandate that we allow for up to 15% and could go as high as 25%. So we're studying that. We'll probably stay at the 15%. uses by variance, under the new law, they can be changed without needing further zoning relief. This is an important one. And we'll describe it more in detail when this comes to you, but suffice it to say that what it means is that a use that was established by variance will be allowed to be changed through a process similar to that for non-conforming uses. Next, conversion of existing commercial buildings to residential uses will be allowed by right. So we're going to work on standards for that. So those are the important ones with respect to zoning. With respect to land development and subdivision, we are going to have to adopt a completely new set of subdivision and land development review regulations based on this new law. And the changes are significant. It redefines what a land development project is. It redefines development plan review. It redefines the different categories of subdivisions. There will be things that today come in front of the board that will not come in front of the board in the future, so long as they comply with zoning. So there's a lot of nuance to this law, and we're working our way through it. We're in the process of putting all of these regulations together. Next month, we should have a package for you that I hope will be ready for your review and to advance to the city council. The zoning changes get adopted by the city council. The development review regulations get adopted by the city plan commission. So stay tuned. We'll have a lot more in September.
That's a question.
Yes.
You had mentioned the commercial buildings that can be converted to residential by right. That's one of the pen legislation. Is that just for C zones, or would it include MM1 as well? Because I did notice those medical facilities on that.
It actually just applies to residential zones. So if you have a commercial or it actually also applies to things like churches and schools that are in residential zones that may be non-conforming, they can be converted into housing. A good example for those who may follow this, for some of our Fox Point friends, the Talkwatton home in Fox Point that was converted to residential, or is being converted to residential through both a variance and a zoning change. It'll be a much more streamlined process for existing buildings.
Okay. Anything else on the director's report? All right, with that, we'll move right into the meat of the meeting. And I want to start out just due to the public interest in this meeting tonight and some of the applications in front of us. I want to set some ground rules from the start. We have a long list of I believe it's up to 58 or 59 people who have submitted remarks prior to this meeting starting. If you've submitted them, they are a part of the record. We have everyone's name on file. We have all reviewed them prior to this meeting. So unless you have something to add to it, we would prefer, and I'm going to respectfully request that you, during the public comment portion, do not stand and just reiterate your letter. We already have it. It is already part of the record. We are going to put a 2-minute time limit on public comment from each individual. Again, if someone has said exactly the same thing you've said, we would respectfully request that you say ditto, or I agree with this person's sentiments, or whatnot. We want to move through this public comment as efficiently as possible, while also giving the opportunity to those who have not submitted comment prior to this meeting, or have chimed in already, to give the opportunity for them to say their piece about any of these agenda items. Again, 2 minutes per person, and it'll be my discretion if we further that any further. So with that, we will open the first agenda item, which is a major land development project, a public hearing for case number 23-021 MA 269 Wickenden Street. The applicant is Fox Point Capital LLC. And Choyan, if you want to, or Bob, you're introducing this. All right, so Bob, kick it to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so this is a major land development project, which means that it's a significant development proposal, mixed use. It triggers land development project review because it's more than 10 dwelling units and more than 10,000 square feet of gross floor area. Because it's mixed residential and commercial, it becomes a major land development project. So this major land development projects get reviewed twice by the City Plan Commission, 2 stages, master plan and preliminary plan. This is the first of the 2 stages, so it's at master plan. The applicant seeking master plan approval for this. It's a 5-story mixed-use building. It has ground floor commercial space, 62 residential units, structured parking below grade. The applicant is seeking a dimensional adjustment so that this building can have 5 stories. This is a zone where 4-story up to 50 feet is allowed by right. The building is proposed to be 5 stories and approximately 65 feet, and that's from average grade. They're also requesting a design waiver from the height of windowsills over 2 feet from grade. So with that, I think we can turn it over to the representative for the applicant.
Attorney Conley, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dylan Conley on behalf of the applicant. So, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the City Planning Commission, as Bob has given us the outline, what we have this evening is essentially a by right mixed-use multifamily project that conforms to all the standards of the C2 base zone. We're proposing 62 residential units and at least 2 to 3 commercial units. We are eligible for the discretionary height adjustment of up to 2 additional stories, but we are only requesting 1 additional story. If we are granted the additional story as requested, as noted, it will bring us to 5 total stories in height. This is only master plan review. A critical component of master plan review is that it's not complete final design. We're effectively requesting a rough concept approval. And that concept is really just that mixed use 5-story building. As required by Rhode Island law, we'll be back before this board with complete engineering and design at the preliminary plan stage. But for now, just as a rough concept, it's just loosely the 5 stories in the mixed use. This evening, instead of leaping straight into the presentation itself regarding the legal standards, I thought it'd be valuable to take a brief moment to review the areas surrounding the proposal so that we can actually review the project in its actual and real context. To that point, I was going to hand out, if you don't mind, this is an exhibit. It includes a few sets of images. And, you know, within the local context, what we're looking to do is not something that's terribly new. In fact, there are many similar buildings in the area. Those are both existing, and there are many similar buildings that are approved to be built already, a couple of which are already under construction immediately next door. So, you know, in my profession, I expect objections to come forward on most everything I work on. But in this case, I was a bit surprised by the extent of the objections, given how similar we are to the other projects that are going on in the area and the existing built environment. So if you look at the first page.
Attorney Conley, don't mean to interrupt your flow.
Sure.
Is there any way that you're able to present the materials that you just passed out to us so that the public can view them as well?
I have a couple copies, but I don't have the ability to project them.
Okay.
What you have is the proposed surrounding buildings. The proposed buildings, you'll see there's parcel 8A that proposed at 12 stories. That's about 600-700 feet away from the location. There's a series of builds along Gano Street that are all 5-story builds that have been approved. Then there's 2 on parcel 9, which is our immediate abutter. We'll deal with that a little bit more momentarily. The second page, I believe, is the existing surrounding building height. These are rough approximations based on a sidewalk. 199 Wickenden, we had about 47 feet tall, 125 Wickenden is about 55. The church, which is again off that same parking lot, that comes in at about 87 feet tall. George and Cohen building, which is the top Walton building we referenced earlier this evening, that's about 80 feet tall. And then at 387 Wickenden, that's about 50 or so feet tall. So I think there's plenty of 5-story buildings in the area, both existing and approved. I also think it's interesting to consider the 4-story buildings. 6 of our 7 closest neighbors on Wickenden Street are all 4-story buildings. And so it's almost not worth mentioning the exact addresses or each of the 4-story buildings in the area. They're completely ubiquitous. On the next page, you will see a sheet labeled immediate vicinity. And I think the first thing that will leap out to you is my Microsoft Paint skills remain unchallenged. I don't really have the artistic capacity to make it pretty, but I can make it accurate. What you see in that first image is a snippet from a presentation submitted at a 195 district hearing by our 2 neighbors to the rear, the ones that are currently under construction. If you look at the building, there's 2 red lettering across the front that says FB&A supported 5-story towers. You can see the height on the church. You see the sort of yellow puddle.
I'm sorry, can you please hold your comments until the public comment portion, please? Continue.
So what we have in that vacant lot there is actually it's been approved for 12 stories. The building behind that is the 5. The 2 5-story structures that you do see that are currently under construction, I've included a snip again from their presentation. This is just a public document. So you can get a look at what those 2 5-story buildings look like, and you can compare them to what our current proposal is. You can see the juxtaposition of them. If you take a look, there's just that one large triangle parking lot. And on one side of the parking lot is their 2 5-story buildings. And on the near side of the same parking lot is our site where we're proposing the 5-story building. The last exhibit here is a January 11, 2022 letter from the Fox Point Neighborhood Association to the 195 district, which is expressly in support of the 2 5-story buildings that are our neighbors. It's our hope that over the course of this evening, as a result of our presentation, we'd be able to garner similar support, given the fact that we are a very similar building, a very similar scale and massing. In fact, we're actually a bit smaller than either one of the 2 buildings. Again, I think those other 2 buildings are great projects. If you look at the juxtaposition of the 2 of them, what we're proposing to do includes step backs on the 5th story and includes a lot of architectural detail. I think the level of design that we're proposing and had been proposing throughout is a very, very high level of design and it is very comparable to that in the area. I think with that, I would like to circle back to the legal framework. Along with that, I do have my legal memorandum I would like to hand out. The legal memorandum contains 2 exhibits, which are just carbon copies of the carbon copies of the comprehensive plan and the anti-displacement report. It's only in there to the extent that there are direct references within the legal memo. Without getting into sort of the nitty-gritty on that front, I just simply want to reiterate, this is just master plan review. This is a general concept review. This is a public informational meeting, and you know, this overall plan is really important for us to hear from the public to see, you know, what we can do in between master and preliminary to understand what the concerns are, try to improve the design as a result of public comment. we look forward to that. But for now, I think I want to just have the architect, Kevin Diamond, come forward. He has a presentation, which will come in 2 tiers. I think the first tier is the application I submitted. And then the second tier will be sort of proof that we're walking the walk and are guaranteed and collaborate with the city, that we want to continue to work with the city, want to continue to work with the neighborhood and make iterative design updates accordingly. But if Kevin could come up.
Dylan, if you could make sure the microphone goes to Kevin if he's going to be speaking. Probably need to move it a little bit closer. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen.
Just go ahead and introduce yourself, state your name and your affiliation for the record, please.
Absolutely. Good evening. My name is Kevin Diamond, the architect of record for 269 Wickenden Street, with Providence Architect. Okay. Dylan has done a wonderful job sort of outlining the project, so I'm just gonna kind of jump right in and fill in some of the gaps in terms of the architecture. Our team has been located in the Fox Point neighborhood for several years, until recently moving downtown. It's a neighborhood that is definitely near and dear to our hearts. It's something that, a place that we've come to know quite well over the recent years. As architects and designers, we've clued into a lot of the context of the neighborhood, the rhythm, the heights, the spaces, the forms. And a lot of that has really informed where the design is before you today, and also where we intend to take it from here, which we're excited to talk with you about that today as well. As Dylan stated, we are seeking the 5th story on top of this building. The goal is to step that back and to allow this building to relate to its context. And driving through the neighborhood, walking through the neighborhood, getting a sense of the context. 4-story buildings with gabled forms, tilted forms, the contemporary forms certainly do appear throughout the context, and something that we are working to draw upon. So we certainly have had lots of dialogue both internally and also externally with various neighbors and different folks here in the city of Providence, which has certainly informed the design over the last couple of months.
Sure. So what you see here was the original application. I think one important consideration of the original application, part of the application process, requires pre-application meetings. And so over the course of the pre-application meetings, there was actually a series of iterative design changes. So what you see in front of you was exactly a first draft, but a work product that was already a result of being responsive to the city and collaborating with the city. And since unfortunately at our original hearing, we unexpectedly lost quorum. So as a result of that, there's been a large gap in between when this project was introduced and when we've been able to be heard. But during that time period, we haven't rested on our laurels. We have continued to work with the city. It's a collaborative project. And what we've done is we've updated our design. Now, what we have in front of you today is still the design application that you see. What I'm about to show you is just sort of proof that we're walking the walk. We're committed to being responsive to the community, being responsive to the city. And so we have some sketches of the sort of design that we're hopeful to present at the preliminary plan stage that we think is kind of directly responsive to some of those concerns. And I'll have Kevin walk you through those a little bit.
Thank you. So as Dylan had mentioned, we've certainly continued to allow our wheels to turn and our collaboration to carry on since our last attempt to appear before you all. A lot of the feedback that we've heard from neighbors, from the city, and just from our own sort of internal dialogue over the last several months
is that the width of the building, was something that needed to be tailored to feel like it fit in more with the neighborhood. And that was something that we've been really thinking a lot about. And what we heard from folks is that the width of this structure needs to be broken down in a way that's more digestible and more relatable. And we heard that loud and clear. I think other things that we heard was trying to introduce something that was scaled appropriately to the average lot, the average building width within the neighborhood and within the block location they're in. And also introducing more relatable forms like the tables and slips and dormers, things of that nature. So what we have here is a new iteration that's same proposal. But the idea is to take the composition and to break it down into 3 pieces. By doing so, this really allows the building to continue the rhythm of what you see when you're looking up the street, where you have this sort of rhythmic expression of gabled forms that sort of march along Wickenden Street and throughout the Fox Point neighborhood. And our design intent is really quite simple, is to extend that and to continue to pull that through in the design and break the building up so there's actual notable step-ins, not just a bay window, but actual breaks that interrupt these main forms to allow this to really feel like 3 buildings. And that's something that we heard loud and clear, and we wanted to come tonight and share this very, very, very initial sketch with all of you and loop you into our design process. This is by no stretch a fully fleshed out, highly developed, articulated piece of architecture, but I truly believe that this is on the road to something that's going to feel very appropriate and very pleasant in the neighborhood. So a couple of things that we've done is we've allowed the width of the average building that marches along Wickenden Street to reflect. We have gable forms, so the 5th story is actually tucked into the roof line and expressed through essentially dormers. In terms of the corner, one of the things that we heard from various folks and internalized along the way is that it's okay to introduce something that's contemporary and of its time, but it doesn't necessarily want to be the main event. It doesn't necessarily want to be the largest thing in the composition. So we've essentially made this corner piece, this sort of gem on the corner that essentially hugs the corner of Brook and Wickenden, and we imagine it to be very sort of translucent and layered in its facade. So again, these are early iterations and a couple of just perspective images to share with you. So in theory, the actual plan is roughly the same. It's just how we're thinking about the massing and articulation with this change.
There's one other component, again, sharing it in the context of collaboration and the commitment to be responsive to the design concern. This building is slightly lower than the original proposal, which brings, I believe, the entrance to the building more equal with the sidewalk. Some of the original concerns that were expressed was how the pedestrian portion of the building met the sidewalk. So we've done a lot of work on that front. Kevin can probably talk to it a little bit more than I can. And then another thing that we've done a lot of research on are some engineering solutions, which may be able to bring the total height of the building down as well. These are the sorts of details that you really need more information on the site, more detail on engineering, and those are sorts of details that get fleshed out at the preliminary plan stage, which I know this board knows, but for the benefit of the public is another public hearing. So we'd be presenting with those additional details in the future. I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that.
No, that's great. I definitely should have included that as I explained this. That's a huge piece of development that's occurred at this most recent massing that we're showing you today. Not only have we taken the width and broken into from one form into reading as 3, we've actually studied the longitudinal cross section of the building, the long cross section, to figure out how can we further develop this to make this have a better pedestrian experience. That was a big piece of feedback we received, and one that we again internalized. So one of the things that we're deploying is continuing to slope our parking downward and allow the floor plate of level 1 to actually step down quite a bit, so that when you're on the sidewalk, that porch or that outdoor seating space for whatever commercial tenant would be out there is actually very, very close to grade. It's just a couple of steps up off the grade, which is actually an improvement to what's there today. Where there's several steps up to what's going. So what you have here is a much more human scale pedestrian centric experience.
No, just don't mean to interrupt. What does that bring your overall height to? Originally, we were at about 65 feet. And you were working at about 4.5 feet off of grade. So does that bring that down closer to 60 feet overall?
It dropped roughly 3 feet. And that's before we study any sort of engineering solutions that we're willing to take a dive into. To look into how to actually extend up some of the structural components. So it actually brought the first floor much lower to the actual sidewalk level.
So did you bring it down about 4.5 feet? Because it's showing 4.5 feet above the average grade.
Average grade versus, yeah, so.
Everything's based on average grade.
Right, yeah, so it's come down 3 feet.
3 feet,
Yes.
which means that it meets where the entrance meets the sidewalk. The building entrance meets the sidewalk. You're at grade. You're not doing any steps or ramps up to that.
Yeah, so it depends on where. So I'll zoom in here. This is
Yes, right there.
Yeah, right in the middle. So that would be a slight ramp to get into the building. Obviously, if you enter it further north, then it would be at grade. But we imagine trying to sort of celebrate the centerpiece of this building. So you would enter along the middle. So there would be a slight step up, but far less than the front.
And then at the corner, right there, the corner of Brook and Wickenden, what is the programming of that corner, the first 2 levels there? I mean, you're counting that corner as a cellar and not a story. I understand that. It's a nice way to get around the story. And you just make it. You just like barely make it. So that's a good calculation on your part. But it still presents much like a 6-story building on that corner. And I'm just wondering what we can do as you're refining your design and looking into this. How can we make this look more like a 5-story building on that corner and carry that through the rest of the project?
Yeah, I think there's 2 responses to that. The first is we're pursuing sort of some engineering options on bringing the overall height down. That's one thing I can stand by. And that's something that we'll flesh out in the preliminary plan stage. The second is, the grade relative to the sidewalk presents some challenges because the building runs the length. Just talking a little bit about average grade. What we're looking at, the top story here is we are trying to figure out some options that increase that fit level to the point that it is functionally visible. And we are also exploring some options on how you recover square footage, but there are some engineering challenges with location of the elevator relative to parking access and access from the street and some ADA concerns. So we appreciate that there is a concern about the 5th story on that corner, and we're working hard to try to solve that problem. We are anything that's functionally reasonable in terms of project viability and cost is something that we're happy to accommodate the city's concerns on that front. There is some space on other portions of the lot which we're not using. We're trying to take a look at that. We're trying to be creative with it. But in total candor, we are not in a position to be able to commit to anything other than a request for the 5th story across the entire building relative to average grade. If you don't have any of those engineering answers. The reason why we don't have any engineering answers is it's very, very, very expensive to get to that level of answer. And that's why we have the master plan level review as opposed to just doing straight preliminary.
I understand and appreciate that. It seems like, and I'm just taking a guess here because we hear it time and time again, and I've been in the real estate industry myself, is that the driving factor of this is how many units, how much square footage, the rentable square footage, primarily from the rentals of the apartments on the upper 5 stories. You have a significant amount of commercial space on the ground floor, and I'm wondering if you could sacrifice some of that and tie that ground floor parking sort of in a median area of that 1st floor, so that all kind of presents as 1 story along the bottom there and ties directly in with that Brook Wickenden corner. Is that something that you'd be willing to investigate or further? I believe that that has been broached previously, and I'm just wondering where you stand with that line of investigation as of today.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think that's something that is feasible at the moment. I can tell you what we've part. The other engineering consultants that help you refine this thing down a lot further. We've taken this quite far for where it is in the conceptual phase. A couple of things that we've done is we've given this we can call it his hat, its roof, its roof form, something that does slope down quite a bit as it gets towards the corner, which is something that we heard loud and clear. We've also stepped it away from the street. And thirdly, we've taken the skin of the building, which is sort of this, we're imagining to be kind of this contemporary layered sort of cladding to actually fly past the roof line of the fourth story in a manner that further conceals the fifth floor. A building of this, a building like this is usually going to have some kind of penthouse or some kind of situation on the roof, which is very common to see in a building really over 3 stories, given mechanical requirements of today. So what happens here is this essentially hides what you have up there. So I think that formally it starts to definitely make it disappear. And also from a human vantage point, standing on the ground, what you just wouldn't see it. It would be behind that curtain.
I think a portion of your question is if we'd be willing to investigate doing more residential on a lower level as a way to,
No, not necessarily. It's actually sacrificing some of the commercial space on that corner. It seems like you have a significant amount from the Wickenden going towards Brook Street into that cellar level. You have a commercial entrance at the corner there. You have commercial space on that first floor. Whereas the cellar, you have the parking. I'm wondering if you could sacrifice some of that commercial space and lower it a little bit more to tie in that first floor where it ramps down into the cellar a little bit more, as opposed to having that whole elevated first floor on that corner commercial, so that it doesn't present as much like a 6-story building from that vantage.
yeah, I think in terms of investigating, no issue with that at all. In terms of viability, I can't speak to that. I know that Kevin has poked around some of those things, but these are the sorts of conversations that we've really enjoyed with the city. These are the sorts of things that you can see the extent of the change as between our initial application and now. You can see our commitment to being responsive here. So to the extent that we can investigate it to find out whether or not we can do it, 100%. And if we can do it, it's something that we would do.
Yeah, I can tell you just logistically, grading is challenging on this site for a number of reasons. And we've studied the longitudinal cross section of this very, very closely. And I can tell you that shifting things up and down to the nearest quarter inch, we're thinking very, very closely about the cross section. And there are a couple of driving factors. You have average grade, you've got the site grade, you have the maximum slope that we're allowed to truly go with the structured parking. And then on top of that, we have what's going to drive a pleasant human experience along the sidewalk. So we're synthesizing all of these layers and putting them together. And I think if you start to drop certain pieces up or down, it is quite challenging. We're always interested in investigating different notions, but I can tell you the grading of this building is quite challenging.
I understand and appreciate that. I still think there could be more done at that corner to level off that 1 story, the cellar and the first floor. I know you'll get into some difficulties on the upper side of this view, but you still have a ramp up to that first floor where it meets the sidewalk. And I think you could combine that first and cellar facade a little bit more so that it doesn't present as much like a 6-story.
I mean, this is master concept preliminary. We'll make every effort to try to meet that goal.
Okay. Go ahead, continue. I interrupted.
No, I mean, we've appreciated all the feedback, and
we've taken lots of time as a team to internalize it. And as you can see, I think it's evident. However subjective it may be, it's quite evident that this project has come leaps and bounds since it began, and it's taken many shapes and forms. We're certainly not just trying to say this is our initial concept, it is what it is. That's not who we are as designers, and it's not who we are as neighbors. So I think this is a special site, it's a special neighborhood, it's a special city. And we see this as a very special building. And our goal is to make every effort to make this fit into its context as much as possible. And I have no doubt that it will. No doubt that it will.
Is there any additional thought you want to show, or do you want to bring?
I think this is it. I'll just, take you through sort of.
Why don't you go through the whole program
Yeah.
of the site? We haven't done that.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's so second nature to us that I forget what I've shown and haven't shown, but yes, this is sort of where it started or where it was most recently. Site plan. Wickenden Brook. Parking plan, that's the commercial space on the corner, which we believe certainly anchors the experience on the pedestrian level. This is the ground floor before we made the changes. This is really important to note because before we lowered the building 3 feet into the ground, we had to have this ramp previously, which further removed the building from the street. It further separated that pedestrian urban experience. That is now different in the revised scheme. The upper floor is very conceptual. I'm not even going to spend much time on those. Those are really just to get the conversation started. The former elevation, again, this to us read very much as one volume, and the new iteration is for this to really read as 3.
So is the unit mix now, it's 2 separate commercial spaces or more than that?
2 or 3. What I do understand is that the size of the commercial spaces will be a little bit tenant based. If we can get more smaller tenants, that's something that would certainly be considered. But the general square footage that you see dedicated to commercial space will stay roughly the same. That's what we're looking at. But in terms of total number of commercial bays, there's some fluidity there based on tenants.
And about how many square footage of commercial space? How much square footage, excuse me?
Roughly, yeah, 3420 on one side and 3230 on the other.
And then another, what, 750 below?
And then
790, sorry.
Just shy of 800 down below. And that's not to be, and in the recent scheme, I mean, there's ways you can basically join those together. Maybe it's a restaurant with some sort of like bakery attached to it, or some sort of concept where there's split concept that you.
Like a mic.
A split concept that utilizes the space through different zones. It really is going to be tenant driven the way we're imagining it, but we would love to find a way for this to blend in.
And then the unit mix above the residential units?
60, it's the same as before, it's 62.
So 62 residential units?
Correct.
And all studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms.
It's a real mix, and that's another point that we think is a real positive of the project. It ranges from studios up to 2 bedrooms.
Okay.
I think the next phase of our presentation, I think we want to bring up the planning expert. We have, I have his resume and planning report.
Microphone, please.
I have his resume, his planning report. We can hand that out. And then. Yeah. Like if you want to come on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know how you want me to introduce Mr. Cassidy, but you have in front of you his resume and his report. He's presented in front of this board before. My first request is that if you recognize as an expert this evening, and recognize as an expert before, and his resume certainly qualifies on the side.
I know Mr. Cassidy well, and we have acknowledged him as an expert when dealing with zoning matters. However, we don't recognize experts in planning board. So you can just state your name, your relevant experience, your affiliation, and then go ahead with your presentation.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Michael Cassidy. You need my address as well,
Spell your last name, please.
Cassidy.
Thank you.
My address is all right, 92 Ames Street, Tucker, Rhode Island. As for my experience, I was worked in planning over 50 years.
Use the mic.
I worked in the planning field for over 50 years. I was director of planning and redevelopment for the city of Pawtucket for almost 20 years. I have been testifying over the last 10 to 15 years before both planning commissions and zoning boards with regard to planning and zoning issues.
Thank you.
The applicant has retained my professional land use and planning consultant services in order to review the April 18, 2023 Providence Planning Department's review and recommendation to the Planning Commission regarding this master plan application for the property located at 269 Wickenden Street, assessors plat 18, lots 190 and 192. They've already explained to you what the development they're asking for and planning to build on this particular site. They're asking for the dimensional adjustment for the additional 15 feet for the 5th story on this property, which is above the height limit in the C2 zone, which is 50 feet and 4 stories. They are also requesting design waiver from the height of the windowsill over 2 feet from grade, based upon the grades of the property out there. Okay. The staff of the Providence Planning Department prepared a recommendation on the application to the Planning Commission for their review April 18th, 2023. I was provided with a copy of that recommendation to review. The staff findings were that the application is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the proposed development is in compliance with the standards and provisions of the zoning ordinance. Based upon my review of recommendations prepared by the city planning staff and my review of the comprehensive plan, it is my professional opinion that this application for a new mixed-use commercial residential building at 269 Wickenden Street is in compliance with the requirements of the city's comprehensive plan. Based upon my review of the recommendation prepared by the city planning staff and the city zoning ordinance, it's my professional opinion that the applicant's request for a dimensional adjustment and a design waiver from the commission as allowed under the city zoning ordinance meets the requirements in the ordinance to allow the commission to grant the requested relief.
Thank you, Mr. Cassidy.
Short and sweet.
We appreciate that.
Are there any questions from the commission? We'd be happy to anything.
I'll open it up to the other members of the commission. Do you have any questions for Mr. Cassidy while he's present? We always reserve the right to call you back later if we do.
I don't know if it's you, but could you speak a little bit to the window?
I can't hear the question.
Noel, just speak in the microphone a little bit.
Like someone to speak to the relief requested for the window.
The windowsill design waiver on the original.
I don't know if you have something you can pull up to show exactly what.
So I believe we're identifying the windows across the front here. They're greater than 2 feet from grade, which is a requirement really as a result of the slope. Right. Not the other.
Kevin, can you share your screen so that we can see it? I think the Wickenden Street elevation might be pertinent here. This relates to the fact that the grade slopes down and there are some windowsills there that are going to be above grade.
Correct, yes.
Even with dropping this down, the proposed 3 feet or so will still be those ones more towards Brook Street will still be well above 2 feet above elevation at that point.
Yeah, given the undulation of the site, that's still going to be true. It's going to be certainly improved to this, but that's just the nature of the site. Thank you.
Are you opening up to questions over anything?
I've
Continuing on with your
I'm
presentation.
continuing on with the presentation, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cassidy. You actually have, you still have my legal memorandum in front of you. I mean, it's lengthy. I don't know that we need to go through it in detail. It is submitted, given the staff's recommendation and Mr. Cassidy's review. I don't think there's any need for me to go through individually each of the relevant elements. I was hoping to just summarize very briefly that content, specifically to master plan, and you can follow along in the legal memo, but I'm probably going to speak at about 2 pages per second. So the comprehensive plan identifies this area as neighborhood commercial / mixed use. This proposal is the exact sort of pedestrian and transit oriented development described as the purpose of that planning designation or complying with the base zone. And dense infill development on transit corridors is some of the most sustainable development in terms of overall impact on the environment. Makes excellent use of existing municipal services, and it doesn't have the same demands on space as car-centric development. On height, again, we're eligible for 2 stories. We're only asking for 1. And in addition to the 2 criteria established by the DPD recommendation and the expert this evening, I should think we meet several more of the criteria which create eligibility for that height discretion adjustment. The first is open space. There is a lot not for development on the site, but I actually think more importantly, it's the dense urban infill on transit corridors. This is the best way to deal with the housing crisis without consuming large amounts of land. If we think about this within the context of the state guide plan and the state of Rhode Island as a whole, not just the city of Providence, although it's equally true, putting density in commercial corridors decreases the pressure on green space outside of commercial corridors. So it's a much more efficient use of space for the housing supply that we need. Second component, I think it meets in addition to the 2 that were already recognized, is the physical characteristics and the location. The grade of the site and the site's location at the corner of 2 public rights of way, Brook and Wickenden with its adjacent sidewalks. I measured them out to be roughly about 45 feet apiece. And the change in grade, as we've seen, of course, this evening is rather severe, but taking those into context, I think it's a great location for additional height, but they're not opposing on immediate buildings. There's a lot of space between ourselves and our neighbors. And the build to percentage and design standards, we talked about the change in grade and how the challenges presented for both mutual vehicle access and pedestrian access. At least 2 different points of pedestrian access to the building while maintaining vehicle access on the side street. Blending those together, I believe also creates a design standard that invites the additional 5th story. And last but not least, and this is a personal passion and consideration of mine, it's really derived from the city's anti-displacement report, but this is the component for low and moderate income families. And on this point, I want to refer to the city's anti-displacement report, specifically pages 7, 25, 35, and Appendix B, page 45, all that is within your report. And the gist of it is that when you increase housing supply in high demand areas, it mitigates downward pressure on existing housing stock. And basically, this proposal helps mitigate the risk of displacement of naturally occurring affordable housing. Again, this is all taken directly from the city's anti-displacement report. You have that in front of you. And based on the key findings within that report, the demand for our proposed units exists, right? So if we do not build them, existing affordable apartments are more likely to be purchased and renovated, which leads to displacement. So even though it may be initially counterintuitive, when you think about the market impact of building and meeting demand for higher end units in an appropriate location, you see how critical that is to supporting naturally occurring affordable housing throughout the city. That's sort of my rough summary of my legal memo. And I'm happy to reserve the rest of my time to be responsive to any public concerns.
So one more thing before we move around to the rest of the commissioners' questions. I understand you're taking the parking waiver for it being on a lot under 10,000 square feet.
Correct.
So you have 62 units of residential. You have 3 or so commercial spaces. How many parking spaces are you proposing, and how many bicycle spaces?
it's 20 and 15. I think it might be about 15 parking spaces required. It's 20 parking spaces, but on the bicycle spaces, I think it's 15. So, it's actually net 20 parking spaces in public required.
So 20 internal parking spaces is what you're providing
Correct.
for vehicles. How many bicycle spaces are you providing?
I believe the requirement is 15, and we will meet that requirement. We're not asking for any relief on that front. Whatever the requirement is what we'll provide. We're not asking for any relief.
Does that end your presentation? Is it open to commission questions? Okay. Commissioners, your questions of the applicant.
As far as a business, how is this building going to operate? Are we just gonna be having short-term rentals, long-term rentals, affordable housing, as far as the flow of tenants coming in and out of this building?
So I believe the goal is for it to be all long-term rentals. I can't speak to any additional details on that front, but just the initial design is classic apartment units being rented out long-term.
Had a quick question and a couple of comments. I think I know the answer to this, but did you consider, well, how can you consider maybe building this with one less level to accommodate some of the concerns?
So we're happy to accommodate concerns to the extent it doesn't threaten project viability. And project viability is on the 5th story. One of the reasons for that is that you get to the cost of an elevator and you have site works. Once you cross a threshold in which a building requires an elevator, you need the additional story in order to make the building cost work out. No one really wants 4-story walk-ups. So 4-story buildings are very difficult to build new. 4-story walk-ups can be absorbed as sort of a naturally occurring affordable housing approach because they're deeply discounted units up on that level, just because of the lack of demand for a 4-story walk-up. But a new building doesn't have that ability. The cost to build that 4th story is expensive. So you need to have higher rents. Once you get to those higher rents, you need an elevator. An elevator is very, very expensive. So a 5th story really is the threshold of project viability.
And then I wanted to, because I'm not going to make a lot of comments. We have a lot of people in the public who will probably raise these concerns. But it was unfortunate that you didn't have other buildings to show on the screen where people can see what I'm going to speak to now. But Wickenden is very unique. It's relatively small scale, a lot of triple families, triple deckers that got converted into commercial space on the 1st floor, making a very unique street. And the locations that you were referring to were mostly on the 195 land, which you call neighbors, but those are neighbors to the rear of the building, which are not really part of the same neighborhood fabric. So I don't think it's a fair comparison for us to consider those properties to justify higher heights. And when in the church, I think 87 feet was probably the 2 towers, not the majority of that building. But yeah, it's more of a comment than a question.
If I may actually address that point, there's an interesting phenomenon relative to Wickenden Street, where there's something about the feel of it that gives everyone the impression that the average building is 3 stories. All the buildings in the immediate vicinity are 4 stories. They are 3 stories of residential on top of a 1st floor commercial. So if you actually, I can pull it up on the map. I believe it's 6 of our 7 closest neighbors on Wickenden Street are all 4-story buildings.
No, do you have anything else to add? Okay, as always, we always reserve the right to call you back if we have further questions or need clarification. But at this time, if you're resting, you can take your stuff and yeah, find the space. All right, so before we open this up to public comment, I'm going to reiterate the ground rules just in case you joined us late. Not only do we have an extensive amount of people here, we have a lot of people on the interwebs who would like to chime in as well. So just know, we have a sign-in sheet here. We have, again, 59 people who we already have testimony from that we have reviewed that is a part of the record. So if you have submitted testimony, unless you are here to present something additional that you didn't convey in your letter, we would respectfully request that you do not stand up and just read your letter. It is already a part of the record. We are going to be limiting the testimony to 2 minutes per person due to the amount of public interest in this matter. And again, if you are saying the same thing as the person in front of you, please just echo that. Again, we want to make sure everyone has a chance to have their voice heard today. And that will be the most efficient way to do so. Of those 59 people, there were many in support of this project and there were many in opposition of it. So we have a good mix of voices already. And at this point, we will open it up to public comment. There was a sign-in sheet that we have here, and we're going to start with that. And then we'll work our way down to other people in the room, and then we'll work our way onto the Zoom people joining us virtually as well. So with that, we will start with the first person on the sign-in sheet, Lily Bogosian.
And Mr. Chair, while Lily is coming up to
We'd
the
also
table.
like to make sure that the public refrains from commenting or creating outbursts. We want to make sure this is a nice orderly meeting. Everyone, if you do that, we'll make sure everyone gets heard.
Mr. Chair, just quickly, we did receive very late this afternoon a letter from Councilman Gonzalez that's been distributed. We had also received a letter from Councilwoman Anthony. And at 4:44 today, I received a letter from Greg Miller with the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank. We have not distributed that because we were sitting at the table when it came in. He is in favor of this project.
Okay. And I also want to apologize to Councilman Gonzalez. I know that he was here, then he had to leave. Unfortunately, we couldn't take any comments on this agenda item until after the presentation was completed. So we were unable to hear from him this evening, but I know that he did want to say something. Again, we have his letter and it will be a part of the public record if anyone else would like to view it at a later time. So with that, please state your name and address for the record, and we will start with the public comment.
Ma'am, could you please use the microphone?
Oh, yes.
Bring
sorry.
the one that's on all the way to your right. Bring that right in front of your mouth, please. Right there. Perfect. That's right. That's right. So we can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, spell your name, please.
Lily Bogosian, Bogosian, and I live in Fox Point on John Street. And I would like to thank you, first of all, the commission members for giving us this opportunity to speak first on this afternoon's agenda. I'm the interim president of the Fox Point Neighborhood Association, and today many of the members are presenting evidence that highlights multiple violations and issues of non-compliance in this 269 Wickenden Street proposed development. These are violations that cannot be supported or justified by the vision of the city comprehensive plan. This plan, city comprehensive plan, is the roadmap that calls for responsible growth. And while each chapter of the plan addresses a different required objective, such as neighborhood character, low density development, and view corridors, all of these are interrelated. 4 of the standard concerns related to growth that must be taken into consideration by the Planning Commission to determine compliance are: first, Wickenden Street's unique neighborhood character. Second, its identification in the land use table as a low density area characterized by buildings 1 to 3 stories in height. Third, the preservation of corridors, side yards, and backyards described in the plan as the view corridors. And fourth, transportation and utility infrastructure issues. Due to these concerns, character, height, elimination of side and backyards and infrastructure, this complex is the antithesis of everything that represents Wickenden Street. To date, Wickenden Street has survived the intention of developers seeking to merge and eliminate the thoroughways between buildings, as this one does.
That's your 2 minutes.
Can I ask someone who signed up to see their 2 minutes?
Again, we also have your letter. That's up to my discretion. We also have your letter as well.
Well, this is different.
I'll give you another 1 minute, please.
Okay. I want to speak to land, one use which protects stable neighborhoods. I'd like to speak to the fabric of both building footprints and the narrow passageways between the buildings. Those are the spaces that are integral all the way down the street. If you walked Wickenden Street, you will see that every passageway between these very small buildings, nothing like the expansion of this one, house so many gardens, bikes, strollers, planters, and pedestrians. So I would like you to consider not allowing the merger of these two buildings because it's a violation of the comp plan. I can't go into it, but I will tell you that. I'm not going to speak to the underground garage. Maybe someone else will, but it has issues. Finally, I'm just going to say this one thing, and that is that the Fox Point community is already a vibrant and stable neighborhood. The construction of an oversized structure lacking in neighborhood character that proposes basically 100% of the allowable lot coverage is not in compliance with the comp plan. The height, the footprint, the elimination of the passageway, and the introduction.
Thank you.
Are you-
I respectfully request that all the public please refrain from outbursts. Thank you.
These contradict the guidelines of the Providence comp plan.
Thank you
That
very
is my
much.
point.
Thank you. Let's go.
Yeah. Keep going.
The next person is Susan, well, Fox Point Press.
No, that's her, that's Lou.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, President. Yes, Susan Costello.
Maybe not the next one.
And on deck is Jonathan Knowles, please.
Hi, my name is Susan Costello. I live on John Street in Providence.
Thank you.
The city has many goals, some of which are in conflict with one another. After this summer of extreme flooding, extreme urban temperatures, and now fires, it becomes important to reduce these conflicts. As the projects have some issues, this is a good place to begin. Issue 1, an apparent refusal to plan to require 1,500 square foot tree canopy on the site. The applicant's intention to use the existing street trees to fulfill this requirement is not adequate. The existing street trees are not located in the site of the proposed development and are not newly planted trees. The existing street trees are already being used to capture existing public sidewalk stormwater runoff and public sidewalk shade. The existing street trees are already included in the total existing canopy coverage of Fox Point and do not add to the overall canopy coverage. The building footprint does not accommodate the existing street tree canopy, and in fact, the construction of this building may result in a reduction of the overall Fox Point existing canopy coverage. Issue 2, building design that relies on constant energy input to facilitate air circulation and interior lighting. And noted that the proposed building includes several units without natural light, ventilation, in living spaces, and many units without cross ventilation. This requires constant energy input to facilitate air circulation and interior lighting. Even with the great new Providence Community Energy Program, the standard alternative provides only 28% from renewable sources. This means that 72% of the electrical energy required will come from fossil fuels. Natural light, natural ventilation, and natural cross ventilation should be provided for all spaces within the building to reduce the building's reliance on fossil fuels and minimize its carbon footprint. Number three, a building footprint and scale that ignores its context, a small scale.
You just summarize what you're finishing with.
I think what I'd like to say is they're not using any low impact, high efficiency green site strategies. And that the scale and footprint of this proposed building ignores the climate reality in which it will be built. It places additional climatic burden on existing Wickenden Street buildings and lots. I'm opposed to this form of development.
Thank you very much. All right, next up is Jonathan Knowles, and on deck is Justin Baptista, excuse me.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Knowles.
Spell your last name, please.
Knowles. I'm an architect in the city. I live on 44 East Street. I'm a professor of architecture at the Rhode Island School of Design. I just want to ditto the previous two speakers, but just simply add that we've been talking about a 5-story building, but we should just say what it is. It's a 6-story building based on the dimensions and the elevations when you count the windows. And I appreciate the commissioner's line of questioning on this, that to simplify this would be simply remove the stories. And I think the developer and the architect should keenly take that into consideration, because the building is simply too big for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Justin Baptista, and on deck, Daisy Schneppel.
My name is Justin Baptista, BAPTISTA. I live at 34 Hilltop Ave. I'm not a resident of Fox Point, but for as long as I've lived in Providence, Fox Point has been a part of me. I went to the Boys and Girls Club, been paid to the Fox Point Public Library for many years, frequented many of the local businesses, and worked at the Coffee Exchange for a time. With all this in mind, I am not against progress in general, but I believe this project will hurt more than help the community. It goes against its identity within Fox Point's case, derives from being a quaint, big-hearted neighborhood. And in addition, and not merely context for monstrosity of a building, no matter the height adjustments. In addition, I believe this building will be unaffordable to those of the community, hurting the neighborhood even more. So much damage for our eyesore. My words here may not make a difference. It may be too late to stop this train, but I felt I owed it to the Fox Point community to at least try. Thank you.
Very much. All right, up next is Daisy Schneppel, and on deck is Charlie Fishbein. Oh, mispronounced that probably.
You want to kind of.
If you'd like to queue up just to make things go a little bit more efficiently also, the next person up again is Charlie Fishbein. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the commission for allowing
Your
us.
name?
My name is Daisy Schneppel.
Spell both.
I'm SCHNEPPEL, and I live on Transit Street, just two blocks back from Wickenden. I'm not so concerned with my neighborhood, although this is going to impact my neighborhood a great deal. I'm mostly concerned with the health of Wickenden Street, because this development will change Wickenden Street beyond comparison. And I'm not sure that we can maintain the health of Wickenden Street if this big development comes into the neighborhood. So that's, I concur with what has been said before.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Charlie. Next up on deck, please come forward, is Mindy Brito. Just a note, I don't start the timer until after the introductions are made, so please go ahead, just so that everyone knows.
Have him spell his last name.
State your name and address, spell your last name for the record, please.
Charlie Fishbein, FISHBEIN. I operate coffee exchange on Wickenden Street.
Thank you.
Sensible, responsible development takes into account the character of a community. And actually save a neighborhood and allow it to grow with the rest of the city. Character of the street matters. Perhaps not to developers who see Wickenden Street as an opportunity to build multiple residential units and cash in. Perhaps not even to the city, looking for revenue in any place they can find it. Take the height of the proposed building, 5 or 6 stories, where most everything else on the street is 3 stories. Take the 62 apartments with 20 odd parking spaces. Imagine the congestion at Brooklyn Wickenden Street when it's filled with service vehicles coming into the arriving or leaving from the building, while a fire engine needs to make that turn. This won't be the last proposal for development on Wickenden Street. Perhaps the next one will be more sensible and responsible. Not development at any cost. Thank you.
Right, we have, next up is Mindy Brito, and on deck is Charles Cudworth.
Spell both names, please.
BRITTL,
Spell your first name as well.
MINDY. So I operate and own a business on Brook Street, Urban Thread. And my heart is in that community, and I agree with everyone that's spoken for me. I think that this development will completely change the infrastructure and landscape of this neighborhood, and it will also completely destroy the future of small business. There was also a petition that went around, and about 23 businesses signed on in opposition to this development. So I hope that means something.
Thank you. We do have that on the file as well, that was submitted prior to this meeting. So now up is Charles, and on deck is Kathleen Gammon.
Charles Cudworth. Doesn't seem to be here.
Okay. Moving right along to Kathleen Gannon, and William Morgan is on deck.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Gannon, GANNON, KATHLEEN. I am a homeowner in and a resident of Fox Point, and I speak today in favor of the proposed development on Wickenden Street. In short, I agree with the staff report that finding that the proposed building is compliant with the comprehensive plan and consistent with applicable zoning regulations, free of adverse environmental impacts, and located on a legally buildable lot with street access. I agree further that the applicant should be granted the dimensional adjustment and sign waiver as requested. I'm particularly pleased to see the inclusion of the bike parking and talked about in the preliminary plan, and I believe it's important for that to be included in the final plan as well, as this location is very near one of the city's best urban trails for commuting, shopping, and recreation. Also, the proposed development is on a very good crosstown bus route that can connect car-free residents to the east side, grocery stores, other shopping, down city, the West End, Federal Hill, and even as far as Rick. This is exactly the type of location that should have housing. And I'd also like to expressly say that I disagree with the Fox Point Neighborhood Association about this project. Wickenden is currently full of mixed-use development, and so the proposed use fits perfectly. I also fundamentally disagree with their contention that parking is a major concern. Actually, it's the cars that should be a concern, and we should do what we can to attract residents who have eliminated or reduced their car dependency. Development such as this should be encouraged. Providence is suffering from a severe housing shortage, which will, if not addressed, choke off the vibrancy of the city. I'm in favor of housing, especially as it broadens the housing options available in the neighborhood, as this proposal clearly does. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up, William Morgan on deck, Eileen Pedrasso Alfonso.
I'm William Morgan. I live at Morgan. I think you can spell William. I live in Orchard Place on the east side. And I'm the architecture critic of Go Local. And as to this project, it has no visual, aesthetic, or long-range cultural benefits to the neighborhood. No self-respecting citizen, planning official, neighborhood group, or local resident should allow this turkey to get off the drawing boards. I have a reputation of being anti-development, and that's not true. I'm very pro-development. But I absolutely encourage smart, intelligent, creative, economically viable, sustainable development. And this is not that. This is none of those things. It's overscaled, under-designed student slum. Take a look at those plans and those small rooms with almost no windows or ventilation. Long-term residences? I don't think so. But it's designed solely to line the pockets of a single developer. A developer who demonstrates, despite what they've said today here, they haven't a clue about what the neighborhood is that they're invading, or any ways to make a serious urbanistic contribution. This scheme should have never gotten anywhere this far. So I'm asking the City Planning Commission, you're here to protect the city. You need to be a force for good and design, and not just a rubber stamp for the developers. So I'm asking you to have the balls to stand up to this kind of developer.
Thank you. All right, next up is Eileen. On deck is Ted Bogosian.
No, is that?
No, Eileen, you're up on deck. I apologize.
Just state, spell your
Not
name.
on this one, on this one.
Hi, my name is Eileen Pedrosa Alfonso. I live on the corner of Brook and Sheldon Street, otherwise also known as Pedrosa Way.
Spell your last name, please.
Pafonso. I'm a lifelong resident of Fox Point, went to school at Fox Point, go to church at Fox Point, teacher at Fox Point. My father was Friends Market at Fox Point. I live diagonal to the new building that they're going to supposedly build. Today I went to CVS, came back, didn't have a parking space in front of my own house. Very sad. Let's do the math. Me being a school teacher, let's do the math. Something's wrong over here. The houses are 3 stories around the building. There's how many parking spaces? 20 and 65 residents? Come on. Let's have some dignity. It's a misfit. This building is going to be a misfit. I appreciate what you said about the integrity of Fox Point. 5-story building, does that make sense? I'm asking for the committee to please listen to us. Let's have faith in the process of being a citizen of Fox Point. I don't want to lose the trust as a voter. Fox Point deserves the integrity of maintaining its integrity and maintain its fabric, its history. And let's not put a misfit into our neighborhood.
All right, we have, up next is Ted Bogosian. On deck is Alexi. I am having trouble reading the last name. That might be it. So please be on deck, ready to go. And please state your name and address for the record, please.
It's Ted Bogosian, and it's Bogosian. I'd like to address the underground garage, which will be the first of its kind in Fox Point, where I've lived for the last 13 years. And it's sited at a stoplight. I don't know if you have ever been to that particular intersection, but it's extremely busy. And now will be even more so with the new developments that are happening elsewhere on South Water Street and in the neighborhood.
So underground parking facilities require continuous lighting, ventilation, and other utilities to function properly. And this constant energy consumption constrain local power grids and contribute to overall energy use. So the displacement and undermining of the ecosystem would exacerbate the already existing water drainage issues on Brick Street, which having actually been there during a storm, they're severe. All I'd like you to do is to think about what this will usher in, and your underground parking, for how many spaces is it? 20 spaces, and that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna upset the balance of what's considered acceptable on Wickenden Street, just for these 20 spaces. And how many people do we think are gonna be carless of the 62 units? Does anyone estimate that?
This isn't a question and answer. This is public comment and we'll.
So let's make it a rhetorical question. But I want to echo the comments of the FDNA and say I think this is not a very good idea at all. And the mere fact that you're searching for inches and feet here and there shows that this is not the right volume for the center.
Next up, Alexi, and on deck is Richard Toyoko.
Okay.
You got it? Okay.
Alexi, Alexey, last name Maryanov. And I'm here to speak against that development because it looks like this building is way too big for this specific location. And in my opinion, it's going to be a very big load on the infrastructure also, because it will have so many buildings on that street built up as that one. So therefore, we may not have enough water to protect people against any fire like we had issue in Hawaii. So it's one of those issues. Another issue is the height of the building on a corner, specifically in the design. It does not fit the location itself. So me personally, I'm against it in all frames, and also the setback of the property is not having any green zone whatsoever in the whole perimeter of the building. Basically, you have the whole block, I mean, double lot, which they take is going to be complete building from ground up to the whole perimeter. So therefore, I think they need to be like set back at least like 10-15 feet back. So we have some green zones, we have some grass and trees growing around. Otherwise, we'll have like building become, the whole Fox Point will become like the south point of the Manhattan. That's all it is. Would become industrial and business district and financial district instead of being a public, beautiful, nice, attractive street for the consumer. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so Richard, you're up, and on deck is Sharon Steele.
One at a time.
One at a time, please.
I should have submitted this. I have a petition.
So your name, please? For the
My
record,
name is Richard Sheeperdecker. I live on Brook Street.
spell the last name, sir.
Oh, sure. The last name is SCHIEFERDECKER. I was notified of the project as an abutter. I just wanted to say that, and I have publicly commented, but I am adding some slightly to here as well as submitting the petition of other abutters. There are many references in the comprehensive plan about respecting neighborhood character. I think that the zoning variance requested to gain the additional height is very much at odds with protecting the Wickenden neighborhood character in terms of mass and height. This block of Wickenden should not be considered similar to developments on I-195 lands, which most residents consider not abutting to the proposed development and where the I-195 Commission holds authority. Nearby 4-story buildings really are 3-story buildings with attics. The proposed height appears to be 6 stories if you're standing on Brook Street. I hope that the commission will very carefully weigh the matter because it will set a precedent in terms of the further development of the neighborhood along Wickenden.
and interpreting the comprehensive plan with regard to preserving character. I would like to present, as I did present the petition, and I would like to say that I agree with all the previous commenters who are opposing the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think so, yeah.
My name is Toyoko Shibareka, same as before, SCHIEFERDECKER. My address, I live on Brook Street. I am an abutter to the proposed development. I am opposed to the front for the mass and height of the proposed building. I agree with everything was said before me, and the city's comprehensive plan says that building has to fit the character of existing structures, and I understand Wickenden Street is considered a low density neighborhood. So from those reasons, I think that it doesn't align with the comprehensive plan. Wickenden Street abuts the historic neighborhood, and it is a vital part of the historic character of the Fox Point neighborhood. Coming from outside of the state, I can say that there is no place left intact in the country like this neighborhood. I do not feel comfortable opposing other people's plans, but I feel I must say something about the project that destroys the gem of the nation for future generations, because most of the historic structures we have now don't exist if people didn't protect them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Sharon Steele is up next, and Ian Saxene is on deck, please.
Sharon Steele, STEELE, President of the Jewelry District Association. And I'm here for my friends in Fox Point. Councilwoman Anthony submitted a letter to this body urging you to deny the dimensional adjustment and design waiver. I'm just going to repeat one sentence in that letter. Granting the dimensional adjustment and waiver does not meet the requirement that the proposal be consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. Objective BE2 of the comp plan states, in quotes, new development to complement traditional character, adapt Providence's traditional urban design character to new needs, expectations, and technologies. The rendering of the building that you saw today is disingenuous at best. It shows a building that appears to have been plunked down in a vast open space rather than the reality of siting it within its context. A sea of 2- and 3-story buildings that reflect and represent the mass and scale of this precious neighborhood. Neighborhood leaders met with the mayor last week and expressed our utter dismay at the lack of respect that proposals like this one show for our neighborhoods. This proposal is yet one more that will destroy the historic fabric of Fox Point until nothing but a memory remains.
All right, up is Ian, on deck is Aaron Hill.
That's Ian Saxene, Saxine. I live on Wickenden Street across from Barton Gregorian. I'm glad the previous commenter mentioned memory, because many people in Providence remember that 195 plowed through Fox Point, and then the neighborhood gentrified. Much of the character of this neighborhood, its human character, has been displaced and moved away. And what I see with the Fox Point Neighborhood Association is a self-appointed group representing older property owners who are, at this point, if they have their way, our neighborhood will be only affordable or livable for the very wealthiest. And so what I would like to see, they want to talk about developers. I'd like to talk about people being able to rent or own homes. The people who already live in Fox Point, you probably already own luxury housing if somebody appraising them was going to do so. if we are going to have affordable housing in our city, and if our city is going to, in fact, go somewhere, we're always being told the neighborhood is going, Will Morgan has bid goodbye to every neighborhood in Providence by this point, but we're still here. And in fact, cities are not museums, okay? And if we are going to make room for, in fact, young people to continue to move to and make a home in Rhode Island, yeah, we're going to have to build more housing, especially nearby accessible transit. And people who move to this area will, in fact, not own cars entirely. And in fact, bringing more people to Fox Point will be good for business and good for the neighborhood. Any neighborhood that can only survive by keeping other people out of it doesn't deserve to preserve that character in the first place. And I'm a historian. I love beautiful old homes, okay? We do not have a shortage of historic buildings in Providence. We do have a shortage of affordable housing. And I would hope that we take that into account. I would like to thank everybody for participating, though. This is very important.
Before we go on to the next person, I would like to again respectfully request that everyone keep your comments to yourself while others are making their own comments. They're doing the same for you. I would please ask you keep your comments to yourself. All right, up now is Aaron Hill, and on deck is Ken Ornstein, excuse me.
Hi, my name is Aaron Hill, spelled Hill. I live at 295 Washington Avenue, Unit 3. I'm a public school teacher here, and I have to say that I'm a bit ashamed of my city tonight because I know that I spend well over a third of my entire income on my rent. And I live in a small attic with no dishwasher, with a single window. And the city refuses to change to accommodate young people and renters. I am fully in support of this project tonight because it opens opportunities for people to rent in this city, to live on low and middle incomes. There's talk of preserving these neighborhoods for future generations. And I just have to say that it sounds ridiculous to me when we aren't preserving the ability for future generations to live in this city currently. I want to be able to live here. I want to be able to afford it. And it is a struggle. And all of my fellow teachers who work here find it a struggle too, paying half of their income to live with roommates on a public teacher's salary. And I don't think that's what the people in this room want. I really don't. And so when we live in a housing crisis and people are proposing to build new housing, it is just a shame to me that people come up here and say they value minor aesthetic beliefs more than that. It really makes me sad because I want to see this community continue to thrive. I want to see young people and teachers be able to live here. And you're making it difficult for us. I think that would make Fox Point a beautiful community. I think that would make Providence a beautiful city. And I think that's exactly why we need to continue to build housing like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so we have Ken and Vin, you're on deck.
I pass.
You pass? All right,
That's Ken.
so we have Vin and Margie Booth is next on deck.
My name is Vincent Scorziello, Scorziello. Yes, people call me Vin. I live at 103 Farrington Ave, and I own Campus Fine Wines, which is on Brook Street, about a block away from this development. I am not against development, and I would be for this development if it were just within the scale of the neighborhood. I also want to say that I think it's naive to assume that a developer is going to help solve the affordable housing crisis. There was no affordable housing, as far as I can tell, in this project. It was all market units. We watched River House go up across the river. They built a bunch of luxury units. They failed to rent, and I'm pretty sure that Brown is now using that as dorms. So I just see this as setting a precedent for other landowners on the street, people who own the buildings. Developers are going to be thinking, well, wow, I can buy this kind of possibly rundown house, put in 30 units, and
and 10 years from now, we're looking at Thayer Street, which I don't think anyone wants to live on. So I would say if this project were to reduce its scale, half the people in this room would be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so Margie is on deck, and I'm having a very, very hard time reading.
Margie Butler.
I'm sorry, Margie, I apologize. I'm having trouble reading the next person. Who will be on deck. I think it's 5-4 or 547 Trenton. Is that you? Okay, you're on deck. Thank you.
I'm Margie Butler, BUTLER, 102 Transit Street. I've lived in the neighborhood on Sheldon. I've lived on Arnold, and then I bought on Transit. So yes, I am a homeowner, and I'm here also. One of the things I think that's been underrepresented is the feeling of Wickenden. So we saw those little gray buildings that were dwarfed in the developer's plan. And I guess maybe we, as the neighborhood, need to bring the visuals here next time to make sure that's all part of the meeting. Because what we're talking about is not this pristine historic street that we're preserving for history. We're talking about a dynamic, eclectic, commercial street with people living above the stores that really works for all of us. And I know that Miguel, the commissioner, member of the commission here, pointed out that the 5-story buildings that were cited as examples, relevant examples, they're not on Wickenden. And we as Fox Pointers, we are adapting. We are here at meetings with you. We are pitching in. We're vocalizing what we want. We see some developments that happen with adjustments, and we're happy about that. There are many, many things that are going to give more space, more dwelling units in our neighborhood, but not on Wickenden, not this way. And a lot of people have said it more eloquently than I have, but I mean, I've been here since 2004, and I walk through or run through that intersection daily. And it's just going to change everything. So we need it down to 3 stories. And I do want to say that Sharon brought up BE2. How does this conform to being, in keeping with traditional character of the neighborhood? And I don't want to emphasize tradition too much, but it's the real authentic character of Wickenden Street that's at stake. Thanks.
Thank you. Right, and up on deck is John Cronin.
Dennis Wood, 54 Trenton Street.
What's the last name, please?
By the way,
Spell your last name, please.
Wood, W-O-O-D. I have trouble understanding why the expert could say that this building, even as redesigned, complies with the comp plan. This building is a monstrous imposition, even after the effort to make it it's still massive. And it looks like nothing that would come out of Fox Point. Doesn't belong. And if you're, to Sharon's point, the spatial, the rendering is misleading. If you know that intersection, you know you're up against it already without that thing being there. It is a tight intersection. And another thing crossed my mind is that out on a Saturday,
So you
by the
can,
way,
like-
the merchants.
Speak into the microphone, please.
The resurgence there.
Thank you.
And the appeal, I think, and comes from walking, say on a Saturday afternoon, like this recent. The foot traffic there is amazing. It's attractive to people for the reason it's low key. It's not trying to grab your attention and be something more than it is. It's and people get it and they come. And that's good for the merchants. That's why more merchants come. They have spaces that are appealing and you want to walk into them. They're not sort of boxy square foot rental and in the new areas. So the alternative that Fox Point presents is really vulnerable. It's fragile. So we're playing with something here that we ought to think about. I'll give it.
Okay, John Cronin is up and Olivia Sutherland is on deck. Thank you, Miguel. John Cronin, is there a John Cronin here to speak? Going, gone. Olivia Sutherland, and then on deck is Rebecca Stan Wesley.
We're going to see Rebecca, we'll see our comments regarding the
Okay. Olivia Sutherland, is Olivia Sutherland here? All right, the next one is seating comments. Stephen McCauley, followed by Paul Flynn on deck.
I just, all right. I'm Stephen McCauley, STEVENCCAULEY. I live on 395 Benefit Street, previously on Traverse Street. I've been in Fox Point for just over a decade. I made it my home and I love it here. And I'm very excited to see all the new development that's going on all over the neighborhood, especially the 195 properties. And it's because I'm excited for development that I am opposed to this project. Simply put, as Wickenden Street currently exists, it is the rarest of things in Providence, which is a thriving local economy, which appeals to people not only in the neighborhood, but all over the city and beyond. And as has been suggested by other people, messing with that seems like an incredibly unwise idea from the perspective of development. As the developer himself notes, there's an interesting phenomenon about Wickenden Street. No matter how big the buildings are, whether those happen to be 3 or 4 stories with an attic, it seems small. And that's why people like to come here. They come here on the weekends. They come here to enjoy themselves and walk around. And simply put, because I want to see this neighborhood continue to thrive as it currently is, I want to see this project rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Paul Flynn, you're up. And then on deck is Joshua Lieber.
Hi, my name is Paul Flynn, PAULFLYNN. I'm a resident of Fox Point. I live on Preston Street. I'm speaking in support of this development, and I'd like to encourage the commission to consider trade-offs. You may notice that most of the people who have identified themselves by their relationship to this development have been either owners or operators of businesses or homeowners. And I think that's quite natural. It's your job as the commission to balance people's interests in the city as a whole. The city is composed of a number of different groups. One group we're not hearing enough from tonight is renters. The city of Providence is in a housing crisis. Rents have gone up 25% in the last 3 years. 25%. This is a serious problem. That is a problem that is affecting people's ability to pay their bills, to live in the city, to exist. And quite frankly, that problem supersedes a parking crisis, which I haven't heard anything about. I acknowledge finding a place to park is annoying. People change their behavior. In places where there isn't easily accessible parking, they take public transit, they walk. As someone in Fox Point, I walk to most of my appointments because while I have a car, while I can afford a parking space, it's just much easier. So quite frankly, I want the commission to consider the interests of renters who are not being represented here. They are far outnumbering in terms of the number of people and their mass interest from a utilitarian perspective, the commercial interest or the interest of homeowners. And then I would also like to encourage you to think about what is being asked for here. By right, they are entitled to build 4 stories. They're asking for 1 floor. So everyone who's speaking up tonight telling you it's a monstrosity, it's an abomination, it doesn't fit the character of the neighborhood, what they're saying is 1 floor is enough to break the neighborhood. That's absurd, please. And for the people who are speaking on behalf of commercial businesses, I get it, it's a tough environment, but more commercial space is good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for respecting the time limit as well. Joshua Lieber on deck is John Gallagher.
My name is Joshua Lieber, Leiber. I am the only child of a single mother, growing up in Providence. I live currently right across the street from the proposed development on Armstrong. I think the housing crisis is a very complex issue that introducing more apartments just simply isn't going to solve. I think that these will be introduced at market price. A studio right now in every city surrounding Providence is going for about $1,000 a month. Most people still can't afford that. The issue goes far beyond how many rentals are available. Sorry. I think the development's representatives mentioned proximity and defense to this proposed development. And I think that's precisely the issue. I'm here today because this is moving too far into our neighborhoods. You can develop elsewhere. You can develop west of the bridge. You can develop down Dyer Street, develop down North Main Street. But this will set a precedent for how the neighborhood of Wickenden Street develops in the future to introduce such a large building. That's all I really have to say.
Thank you. Right, we have John Gallagher, and on deck is Gregory Monty.
John Gallagher, Gallagher. It's a shame that affordable housing has to rely on knocking down existing structures, ornate structures. Maybe it's not historical, but I've seen a lot of historical structures knocked down in Fox Point, Waterman, Brook Street, replaced by these mundane structures. That was not a jewel that I saw on the corner of Brook and Wickenden. You know, there's such a thing as fool's gold too. There's already a jewel there. Whatever's unique, that building has a unique stairway from the sidewalk to go into the basement. You know, you see a lot of that in Boston, you see a lot of that in Albany, New York, Troy, New York City. You don't see a lot of that in Providence. In fact, another building on Waterman Street is proposed for demolition that has that too, a historical building. And I'm kind of tired of seeing it's open season for historic structures. Why here? Why here in Providence? You know, I just took a trip to Newburyport, Massachusetts. A very vibrant little city, you know, on a Sunday afternoon, teeming with people shopping and everything. And there is no big box over there. It's all historic buildings, every single one with shops, sidewalk life and everything. Why can't we keep our eyes on the prize and recognize the jewels that are already here and stop knocking them down? I mean, you got an asphalt desert right in the back of that building. Why couldn't it be proposed there? Why knock down existing structures? You know, our environment matters, you know, and we're not just sheeple, you know, that a flock of sheep has no say in what their environment looks like, but the people should have a say. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Gregory, and on deck is Andrew Robin.
And it's Gregory Mundy, M-U-N-D-Y. So,
Go ahead.
so I just want to echo the comments of other people that are opposed to the development of this particular project. I've lived here in Rhode Island. We moved here in 2015 and been able to call Providence my home for that time. It is the most amazing city that I've lived in. I've lived all around the country. I've lived in San Francisco, grew up in Los Angeles, lived in Washington, D.C., Cleveland, and Philadelphia. And this is my favorite city for a number of reasons, part of which has to do with the character of the city.
I know that people are excited or are concerned about housing. I am definitely concerned about housing as well. But this particular project is not focused on low income housing. It's not meeting the need of what is desperately needed now. Again, we've heard over and over again about people talking about market prices. That is what's going to happen at this particular meeting. You're not going to see low income or affordable housing from this particular project. So if that is the goal, then that needs to happen, but not necessarily on Wickenden Street. I also agree that it's going to create traffic problems already with the development that they're doing in I-95. That's going to have, there's going to be traffic coming from that particular unit. And if you couple that with the new unit that would be proposed over there with the number of units, and then again, no parking between units for 60 plus people. You know, I don't care what people say, the reality is most of those people are going to have cars, regardless of what's being said. So again, I am against moving forward with this project, and I hope this is taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so Andrew, you're up, Claudia Wax on deck.
Thank you. My name is Andy Robin, R-O-B-I-N. I live at 44 Pratt Street in Providence. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. I'd like to first just extend a hand to the two young men who spoke out about paying high rents and having a tough time making ends meet. It's particularly heartbreaking to hear that a school teacher is having trouble paying rent. I think that's an abomination. I'm sure many of you agree with that. I suspect that both of you think this is an ugly project. I suspect that both of you think that this is at best bland corporate cruddy, a turkey. I would put it to you that the affordable housing crisis is a complicated topic that we need to address. We have a lot of piggish people living in 10,000 square foot properties. We've had interest rates at 0% for decades. This is a big problem, but it's a multifactorial problem. Building a really ugly, out of place building is cutting off our nose to spite our face. I want to just conclude by saying that Wickenden Street, we've heard a lot of neighborhoods mentioned today. Providence as a neighborhood, I-95, 195, Jewelry District, Fox Point. I put it to you, this is not Fox Point, this is Wickenden Street. This is a tiny neighborhood. And this is a very conspicuous part of the neighborhood. This is going to be a tremendous eyesore. This is a really, come on folks, this is an ugly project. This is an AI designed project and it is enormous. And it looks like it's turning Wickenden Street, which is so quirky, into any place. It could be any place. Thank you.
Right. If there's anyone else that is here who wishes to speak, who didn't have a chance to sign up, please start lining up by this column right here and make a single file line. Thank you. All right, Claudia, go right ahead. State your name, spell your last name, please.
Good evening. My name is Claudia Wack. That's spelled W-A-C-K. And I'm here to speak in support of the Wickenden proposal. I'm pretty excited to see more housing proposed in the neighborhood that I know when my sister first moved to Providence as a carless young graduate, we moved to an apartment on Williams Street, and that was great for her at the time because of how proximate it was to public transit, to shopping, to parks, to jobs. You know, it's less affordable now than it was when she first moved there, and so I'm really excited to see the development proposed for folks like her. And I urge you to grant the dimensional adjustment. Don't be scared of an extra story. Heck, I wouldn't be scared of a 6th story, but I'll take a 5th one. I know there's a 5-story residential and commercial mixed-use development under construction already about 500 yards away. So I would put to you that this development is right in keeping with the commercially vibrant character and also the character of a neighborhood where working class people need to be able to afford to live, and historically you've been able to afford to live. So I would urge you to support the development on that basis.
All right, go right ahead. We'll need you to state your name and address or affiliation for the record with spelling your last name too.
My name is Pat Ford. I run something called the Coalition Radio Network for a media company. We are based on Admiral Street right here in Providence. I live in Cumberland, but I will tell you, I spend an arguable amount of my living time when in Rhode Island on Wickenden Street. I am in love with the city of Providence, and Wickenden Street is one of the gems. From a reporter's perspective, I have two quick questions. I'll rhetorical, if you will. I'd like to understand if the developer is going to be seeking a tax stabilization agreement. I think that's a critical part of the calculus when discussing this. Number two, it would be helpful if in fact we knew what the rent structure is. I believe as many that this is not going to be affordable housing, that this will be initially positioned as luxury housing. If it fails, it will become a dorm or probably brown. I serve on the board of directors of a large national political organization. I travel a lot to a lot of small cities, you know, the Albuquerque, which was wonderful, the Austin, which is what Providence is trying to become for some reason. I'm not sure why. But what I encounter everywhere is what I call the mauling of America. You know, I go to a restaurant in some cities and I can see the same nonsense up on the wall. It's the same restaurant in Boston now. We become a gigantic, bland, blah mall. Providence is one of America's, if not great small cities, the greatest small city. And it's specifically because we are a city of neighborhoods. Those neighborhoods are under attack across this city. And when I think about it's funny because like I said, I joke about people accuse me of being a chamber of commerce for Providence. I always try to promote Providence wherever I go. And they tell me, well, where should I go? And the first thing I always tell them, I call it the Benefit Street, Wickenden Street Sunday afternoon. I talk about the fact that we've got a James Beard nominated pizza joint. You know, I talk about, by the way, a fishing boat used to be on Wickenden Street, which is an amazing environmental project, but it's no longer there. And it's become something very different. I talk about a place like the Coffee Exchange. National chains around the country spend billions of dollars trying to get a coffee exchange, and they're not. So we've got a gem here. And you know, I'm a free market guy, but at the same point, I respect the property rights of the owners and the people in that neighborhood, as well as the citizens of Providence, who because of places like Wickenden and Benefit Street are unique and special. Don't ruin them, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Grant Stalgarian, D as in David UL, Garian. And I would just like to put this in a little bit of context, historical perspective. When I grew up in Providence, the zoning ordinance was 1951, and the dimensional requirements for C zones was 3 stories, not to exceed 45 feet. And that was a good number. That was a good height. It made Providence a very human scale. And Providence at the time would have been excited if people were building 2- and 3-story buildings, because at the time most were only 1-story buildings. Well, lo and behold, the last zoning ordinance came out 10 years ago, and 9 years ago, and it was decided by the city to jack up the height in commercial zones. And the argument was, oh, you know, in 45 feet, we can fit a 4th story, so let's make it 4 stories, not to exceed 45 feet. And I argued against it, obviously to no avail. And then somewhere along the line at the last moment, they threw in another 5 feet. And so we ended up with what we have right now, 4 stories, not to exceed 50 feet. I submit that that is not human scale. 3 stories is human scale. We are in the midst, as we speak, of a redoing of our comp plan, which we have to do every 10 years. And after we do that, then we redo the zoning ordinance so it complies with the comp plan. I would encourage everybody here to attend meetings on the comp plan and encourage the city plan commission, zoning board, mayor's office, city council, to get that number back down to where it was
for what, 1, 2, 3 decades, 3 stories not to exceed 45 feet. This is exceeding that dimensional gem by 2 stories, not just 1 story. And so we need to go back to the future of the work. And so that's my recommendation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Grant. All right, that looks like everyone here in the physical room who wishes to speak. So now we're going to open it up to our online viewers and participants. If you are calling in on a telephone, you can press *9 to raise your virtual hand. And if you're logged on a computer or an iPad of some sort, right in the bottom middle section of your screen, you'll see your little virtual hand. You can click on that and it'll raise your hand stating that you would like to speak. So what we're going to do here is we're going to still, again, the same rules apply, 2-minute time frame. And Bob is going to help us out by just allowing you to talk. And we'll just go down one by one to the online participants. So again, state your name and spell your last name for the record, please, your address, and then go ahead and start your comments.
Okay, first is L. Villegas. State your full name, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm L, just L period Villegas, V as in Victor, ILLEGAS. And I rent a retail space at 284 Wickenden Street. I rent a retail space on the same block as this proposed building. I will look at it every day for 8 hours. So I am a business owner in this neighborhood. I'm the newest business owner in this neighborhood. I just opened the doors with my 3 partners. We're a worker-owned co-op. We opened the doors about a month ago, and we bought the pre-existing business, but we don't own the building. We rent that space. And I can't afford to live where I work. I live in Johnston, and I commute to work in the amazing neighborhood of Fox Point. And let me tell you, I should be really excited. I should say, hell yeah, let's build this building and bring all these new customers literally to the front door of my shop. But I'm more concerned with the fact that we've got, I believe, a shortage of 24,000 low-income housing units in the city. And that's honestly what concerns me more, because if I could afford to live in the neighborhood where I work, that would be awesome. But unless this building is going to provide low-income housing, it's not going to do us any good. We're just going to continue to be a community where rents continue to rise. So my primary concern, even as a small business owner in the neighborhood, is affordable housing in the neighborhood. And this development doesn't help that situation. If they want to come back, if this developer wants to commit that these are not going to be quote unquote market rate apartments, then yeah, I'll be on board. But market rate right now is 25% higher than it was 3 years ago. Market rate is what nobody can afford. So I urge you to reject this proposal. I urge you to reconsider what the housing crisis really means and how to really fix it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Matt Shaling. We see your name if it's, I assume it's spelled correctly, so you can unmute and go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. Yes, I'm Matt Schelling. I live at 372 Lloyd Avenue here on the east side. So I'm in Ward 2, Helen Anthony's district. My wife and I are renters, and I am in support of this building. I think that there's a lot of concern about this building being market rate, but I think that kind of for me as a renter, how I see it is that there's all these wonderful people who want to move to Providence who see and love the city just the same way that we do. And there's people who are moving down from Boston to commute from here and all that kind of stuff. And I see that these people frequently have higher incomes than I do and whatnot, and that they're going to move somewhere. And so they're either going to come up and bid up my, charming old 2-bedroom apartment, or they'll come and move into these beautiful, big buildings like this. And that, no matter what we do, I don't think that we're going to be able to stop them from coming. So I think that building more buildings like this helps. I'm personally not really concerned about the density or height. I think that we should be able to grow up. And as people have already noted, there are plenty of 4 to 5 story charming buildings all across the east side. And just on the adjacent block there with all these charming stores that I like to frequent, as you all do. I already count 7 4-story buildings on the next block, so adding another story doesn't seem too crazy to me. I do have sympathy to the desire for traditional aesthetics and materials and all that kind of stuff. So I think it would be much more productive for this commission and for the public to try to ensure that there's a beautiful 5 or 6-story building built here rather than a really ugly 4-story building built here that can be done by right and whatnot. So I think that I feel like that's really what determines neighborhood character and whatnot, not just the difference between 4 and 5 stories. It's the feeling of the street, the feeling of the sidewalk, the interaction between those things and whatnot. I really don't think an extra story or 2 is going to destroy all that. So thank you for your time.
You.
Okay, next we have Diego. Diego, you can go ahead and unmute, give us your full name and spell your last name, please.
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, my name's Diego Arene Morley, Arene Morley. I do not live in the neighborhood. I live in Elmwood, which is also sort of a historic neighborhood with a wonderful character. I'm a clinical social worker and a high school teacher. And the thing that I would urge people to think about is actually something that I learned in marriage counseling, which is you can be right or you can be married. And my point being is that as sure as you are that your position is right, the other side feels the exact same way. I am sympathetic towards this thing being built because the neighborhood will change anyway, right? The rents are already going up, and people will have to leave the neighborhood that currently live there now if we don't do anything. I think the only comment I'll add about market rate stuff is, how do we get the market rate to go back down to where it was actually affordable? And the answer is we build more units in every city and town in Rhode Island, because if we don't, then the rents will just keep going up and the neighborhood's character will change. So my point to everyone is that it's a very difficult issue. I think seeing some sort of corporatized development on that beautiful stretch of Wickenden, it would be hard to swallow. But it would also be hard to swallow an encampment of families that are homeless. That will happen. You can see that happening in other cities. So the change is inevitable. The question is, how are we going to compromise a little bit on all of these different sides on a complicated issue to avoid the worst in either direction? So I hope that everyone sort of considers that and thinks a little bit about what are they willing to budge on in order to prevent the very worst from happening. I'm very sympathetic to all points of view, especially as a person that lives in a historic neighborhood and cares a lot about the city as a whole. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Evan Smarinsky. Evan, you can go ahead and unmute.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So I'm here to speak in opposition to this proposal. I think a lot of the folks that spoke previously have kind of highlighted my concerns. The only thing I'd add is the developer kind of talked about how they were surprised residents were pushing back so much. And really, that's kind of what my concern was, is seeing what's being developed and built with the justification to increase housing and affordability. And as a renter, I'd love that to happen, but I'm not seeing it happen with these developments. And what I'm seeing is a lot of negative side effects in terms of traffic, aesthetics, and sustainability. And I just don't think this proposal really adds anything in terms of character to the neighborhood or addressing affordability. So those are my points.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Haley. Haley, can you give us your last name, please? And spell it.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Haley, Hayley, Bucky, B as in boy, U, C as in cat, Key. Can I go ahead? Or, oh. Can I go? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Now we hear you.
Sorry, I think it's cutting out a little bit. I'm Haley. I live at 24 Evergreen Street in Providence. Thank you so much for your time. I would just like to echo everyone who's spoken in support of this, because I'm in support of this project proposal. And I think you should grant the dimensional adjustment if that's the right terminology. Sorry if it's not. I'm a renter and I've always been a renter. Currently, my rent is $300 because I choose to live with 2 roommates and like a not very nice apartment. Just it's not in great shape. It's super old, but like we tolerate it. And honestly, I spend more time at work anyway instead of at home. So I don't mind it. It's really nice having $300 rent. It's not that great living in like an old grubby apartment, but again, I tolerate it. Like I weigh the cost and the benefits to me. But honestly, what concerns me is imagining the current apartment I live in and thinking like, honestly, I could see a tipping point in the future, hypothetically, if enough people move to Providence and we don't build enough new apartments to accommodate the people moving here for all kinds of great reasons, then I could see my rent going up. And personally, I think there will also be a tipping point where I'm just not willing to pay that much more for the state that my building is in. Like, it's fine. It's just really not nice at all. So anyway, thinking about that tipping point is a little concerning because I think at that point I would probably, move out of Providence and like maybe move out of Rhode Island, but we'll see. So again, I don't think the solution is telling people not to move here or just getting mad at people moving here from Boston. But honestly, people are moving here from a bunch of different states and cities. And again, it's for awesome reasons. They're moving here for great jobs. I mean, there are so many opportunities here in New England. Transportation, honestly, I think that people do move here and realize that it's actually like pretty nice how easily you could get around England and Rhode Island. So anyway, I'm in support of this project, this proposal. And I would like you to grant the dimensional adjustment if you can, please, because I think we need more housing. And I genuinely do think it's a cute building. When I saw the rendering of it, I think it's cute. And I think I personally could see that type of building aging pretty well and blending into things. I don't think the height is concerning at all. And I think listening to Dylan Conley was enough, because it's like, okay, yes, if you're going to have all this great human labor building this building, you may as well have a 5th floor to make it viable.
Is exhausted.
Oops. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Your 2 minutes is exhausted. Thank you.
Ooh, sorry.
All right, thank you. That is the last person in the virtual world. And seeing no one else here or in the virtual world, at this time, we will close the public comment section of this agenda item. Before we move into the staff report and deliberations, I think it's an appropriate time to take a 5-minute restroom break so we can all just take a pause real quick. If one of us leaves, the meeting stops anyway. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. It is 10 after, by my watch, it's 10 after, so we'll come back in quarter after. Thank you. We're calling this meeting of the Providence City Plan Commission back to order, please. Please take your seats. Have a conversation. Hallway. Now we've heard applicant. We've heard public comment for agenda item number. Now, to read the staff report for agenda, and then we'll respond to some of the public comment we've heard today.
Okay, thank you. So in your staff report, you see a discussion that relates to all of the different findings that you need to make in order to vote on a land development project. The first one is consistency with the comprehensive plan. And we discussed that the comprehensive plan in the future land use map, this indicates that this site along Wickenden Street is identified as neighborhood commercial / mixed use development. These are areas that foster pedestrian oriented needs like retail and housing in buildings oriented towards the street. This building is located along Wickenden Street, a main street defined by mixed use development. The project would conform with BE2 of the plan, which encourages new development to complement traditional character. Creation of housing will conform to objective H2 of the plan, which encourages creation of new housing. With respect to the zoning ordinance, this is compliant by use. Housing and commercial uses are permitted by right in the C2 zone. With respect to the dimensional requirements, this development, in terms of its siting, it complies with the dimensional and design requirements of the C2 zone, with the exception of two items that we've discussed, the height and the issue of the sill height of the windows above grade. The first of which the applicant is seeking a dimensional adjustment for, and the second a design waiver. The parking, as has been discussed, this site does not require parking, but they're providing parking, and they would meet the bike parking requirement. They're meeting the landscaping requirement by retaining existing street trees and making plantings adjacent to the site. And we would expect to see a signage plan at the preliminary plan stage. With respect to environmental impact, we do not foresee significant environmental impacts from the proposed development. This is a buildable lot and there's adequate pedestrian and vehicular street access to the site. So our recommendation is that because they have met the eligibility for the dimensional adjustment by providing commercial and residential mixed use, and they're providing internal parking, we recommend that you approve the dimensional adjustment. We also recommend that you approve the design waiver, given the grade of the lot would the downward sloping grade would make it difficult to meet this standard. Now, with respect to the dimensional adjustment, we're not necessarily saying that you have to grant the dimensional adjustment for the building as it's designed. Again, we feel that this is eligible and that they are meeting the criteria, and it's been our practice to advise that you approve this, as you have in many cases before. But we do agree that the design is important here. That's why we've had a series of meetings with the developer to talk about the massing of the building, to talk specifically about how it's perceived at the corner of Brook Street and Wickenden Street. We appreciate the efforts to lower the building so that the entrance is at grade. And we think that they are making progress with respect to that corner. Personally, it feels tall at the corner to me. And I hope that there can be more iterations to kind of break down that fight a little bit more. So with that, our recommendation is that you approve the master plan, subject to a landscaping plan, drainage management plan, signage plan, at the coming in at the preliminary plan stage, the depiction of bike parking at the preliminary plan stage as well. That's it.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask the applicant back up. Give them a chance to comment on some of the public comment that has been provided. And I may help that along with a few things that I jotted down as well. But I'll let you guys take first if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the first thing I want to start with is a factual inaccuracy I've heard repeated a few times, where there's been a statement that the area is low density. It's future land use map and actually the neighborhood map, which is a little bit different, not binding. The future land use map is binding. It shows it as neighborhood commercial. You can see that within your package attached to my legal memorandum. It is the last 2 pages with maps. These 2 maps right here, your future land use map, and you have your neighborhood guide plan map, and you will see that Wickenden is pink and not yellow. So it's neighborhood commercial. So there's not a low density location. I mean, I pointed out on the map just for the sake of being thorough, but the report and recommendation from the DPD has been further substantiated and agreed to by our planning expert, makes that finding within section 1. There was a discussion about tree canopy requirements, like all other environmental requirements, stormwater, DEM, et cetera, we would be fully compliant. We're not asking for any relief on that front. There was also a bit of a discussion about section BE2 of the comprehensive plan. That is also included in your package. Page 157 of the comp plan. You have all of the cited sections of the comp plan within your package. It looks like this. Now the title of section BE2 is most certainly new development to complement traditional character. There are 2 subsections underneath it which describe how that is to be accomplished. Section C is to identify community design standards and development issues for neighborhood planning processes and target specific concerns with appropriate controls and incentives. So then subsection D ensures regulations reinforce high quality urban design. And so it says, and then in residential neighborhoods, ensure that zoning regulations reinforce traditional neighborhood design. So what you see is the goals there, and how you effectuate the goals of the comp plan is through your zoning code. When you look at the zoning code, this section defines with neighborhood commercial, includes 4 stories in height, and it has a specific height dimensional discretion if you hit certain goals. So really, if you look at BE2, what it's saying is we want the zoning code to create a scenario where applicants have an incentive to bring in higher quality design if there are specific concerns. Specific concerns may be, as they were found, at least in the recommendation from the DPD, that there was a lack of structured parking, which is now provided, and that there was also mixed use, a goal for more mixed use residential and commercial. On that same page, the comp plan is a very dynamic document, and I have laid out in front of you, highlighted, and described in detail on pages 3, 4, and 5 in my report, an additional 10 sections of the comp plan, which this application is in sync with. But you can just look at section B3 right underneath BE2, and that's compact urban development. And you can read that, and it's basically a description of our project. In terms of comp plan compliance, we are fully compliant. In terms of specifically section BE2 says it's going to effectuate those goals by creating incentives within the zoning code. We've applied for those incentives exactly as the zoning code requested. Mr. Chairman, I am happy to go through if there are any questions relative to comp plan compliance. Each and every single one of the 10 sections of the comp plan cited. And again, you don't need to take my word from it from the legal memorandum. You can have them highlighted in front of you. So we can go stop by stop if this commission has questions about compliance with the comp plan.
I don't speak for all the commissioners, but I think you've done a good job of stating where inconsistencies arise, where how you explain them away, and how you are consistent. Let's move on to some other items on the public comment areas. One thing that was brought up that maybe you can comment on are deliveries. I didn't notice the delivery area and the structured parking area. How do you propose deliveries to this building? I know under 10,000 square feet is it's not required to have a specific like loading zone with the dimensioned out for the zoning ordinance, but just wondering if you have any thoughts on that, or if you can continue to investigate that.
We'll absolutely continue to investigate it, and we can specifically address that issue at the preliminary plan stage. We have not engineered out that question just yet.
Okay. Go through a tree canopy. Again, your landscaping plan is going to be subject to the city forester's approval. Is there anything else you can do to bolster as opposed to just keeping the existing street trees? Is there anything that you can do? I assume the forester is going to require you to put your funds in a tree fund plan elsewhere. That's usually a normal course of business, but have you had any preliminary discussions with them?
We have not had preliminary discussions with the forester. We will be fully compliant with everything related to the tree canopy. There is some green area on the present site plan that
out back by the transformer.
Yes, that is somewhat in flux. Looking for opportunities to increase greenery. We don't have any issue with that, but the one thing I can guarantee is total compliance with the standard.
Okay. Sorry, I'm jotting notes while we're doing this. So there were a few questions that are not our purview, and you can choose to answer or not. A lot of them had to go around rent structures, market rate versus affordable. Again, those are not under our purview to decide this as approving or denying this application. And then there was a question about a tax stabilization agreement, and also not under our purview, but if you care to chime in.
Sure. Right now, as far as we've gotten is a market rate 62 unit residential with 3 commercial bays that may be broken down a little bit further. The affordability programs that are available generally publicly, one of the key ones is a phenomenon known as hate law. It's currently being litigated by the city of Providence. So there is no way to predict financing relative to that. So we're not currently proposing anything to that effect because we don't understand what those numbers are.
Okay. A lot of discussion again. I revolved around my thoughts, especially around that Brook and Wickenden facade and how it presents and the massing right at that corner. Are you still open to investigating a more of a 5-story appearance at that corner?
Our goal is absolutely the 5-story appearance and trying to figure out a way to shrink the building on that front. In between our presentation and now, I actually had a couple of conversations with the team some of the engineering limitations and challenges, but unequivocally, and I think our best proof of that is the difference between our original application building and the sketches that we showed this evening. But it's not that we're willing to move a little bit, we're willing to move a lot. We just need help because that's a really challenging corner and the city's been helping us. So we continue to kind of go through those iterations and we plan to hopefully reach that goal.
Okay. Is there anything I'm missing, other commissioners, from the public comment that we should ask the applicant before we start our own deliberations? That's all I had jotted down.
But I think in the design also, someone mentioned that passageways will be eliminated, right, from front to back, and I think that will affect the feel of the street. On Wickenden Street, but I don't know that there's a way. I know that the building has been made into 3 sections.
There is no way currently to move from Wickenden Street through these lots to any other street. It's all fenced off in the back and there's other properties along. So I think maybe in terms of view passages or something like that, what you saw in the second level of the design is how we broke that up. There's sort of a clear, transparent section in between the 3 massings, I'll call them.
You mean they're transparent?
It's
Front
more
to
of
back, or just the break in, so
the break in the building to give it a visual sense.
I saw that.
Anything else before we let you go and continue our deliberations?
No, I appreciate how the hearing's gone forward and how it's been managed. I thought this was a pretty fantastic experience. I want to thank you all.
Thank you. All right. Well, commissioners. It's been a fun evening so far, and this is still the first agenda item. I guess I'll start off. I do appreciate the change in design from what was presented initially and where we're at today. It is a drastic change from the original application materials to what was presented today. I appreciate the reduction in height, although I think they can do a little bit more. And I'm still concerned about that corner and it presenting as a true six-story building, even though technically it's a 5. They're using a calculation for cellar, which they meet. It's a legitimate calculation. But it's still the massing on that corner feels out of place to me. Not opposed to the 5th story. In fact, as you heard Bob state earlier, the state law is changing starting in January, where it's not going to be 10%, it's going to be 15% minimum that we have to allow for a dimensional adjustment within our regulations. So right now we're allowed 10. That will
Mr. Chair.
To 5%.
Yeah, just want to be clear that does not relate to dimensional adjustments as we're talking about here. That's what we call administrative modification, which happens outside of this process.
Appreciate the clarification. Thank you. I do think if we were to move forward with this plan, I think there should be a few other conditions added to it and for me to be comfortable with it going past the master plan phase. I think that I would want the landscaping plan subject to the city forester's approval and to be approved before the preliminary plan phase. I would like I don't know how to word this, so there's a little meat on it, but the appearance of a 5-story building from the corner of Brook and Wickenden Street. And I would want the applicant to continue to investigate ways to incorporate deliveries, green space and trees into the project overall. Those are my main, I think, concerns that I'd want documented and carried on to the preliminary plan if we move this forward tonight.
How do you enforce that 5-story appearance? So
That's why
it as a condition of what I don't know what we
continue to refine the design to.
We have to approve it before the dimensional variance is approved. It wouldn't be.
No, I'm okay with the 5th story. I'm just concerned about that corner. And how it appears and how it presents.
We approve that tonight, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what triggers denial of the final plan or an acceptance of that. Like there's nothing in our auspices that allows for us to review that and then say, oh, you didn't meet that standard, therefore that adjustment was applied.
Yeah, we've run into this before where we've made recommendations and the recommendations didn't really have enough detail to really hold the applicant accountable. I'm not quite sure how we would put that as a condition to allow us to require them to abide by that.
Well, so, you know, one way to think about this is they showed you a massing model that has this building kind of in 3 different segments. And the segment furthest to the west is at the corner of Brook and Wickenden. And on top of that, there is the 5th story, which expresses a 6th story when viewed from that corner. And based on the renderings that we're seeing, that sort of portion at the top is set back somewhat, yet still visible when viewed from Brook Street, from sort of up Brook Street and perhaps down Wickenden Street. I don't have those renderings in front of me, but you know, so that could be a way of speaking to this.
Either that 5th story or that 1st and cellar story, a combination of those to make it look more in line with a 5-story building. I just don't know how to articulate that in a recommendation that we'd be able to make the applicant abide by.
I mean, the only way you could is to not approve it, right, and say you want to see some renderings that would satisfy that requirement. So,
I think we have a deadline.
Well, so you have, so let's talk about that deadline for a minute. You have, by our calculation, until October 1st to approve master plan. With respect to the dimensional adjustment, you don't necessarily have to approve it at master plan. However, I would advise you, because you know, if you approve master plan, they're going to want to come back with having done all the engineering and coming in with preliminary plans. So I think it would not be fair for you not to address the adjustment somehow tonight, because then they really don't know what to bring you at preliminary plan. So I think it would be a good idea if you could figure out how to, if you're inclined to grant the adjustment, I think it would be best if you could figure out how to express that, you know, as precisely as you can, or at least with enough direction so that when they do come back at preliminary plan, it'll be clear what it is you're looking for.
I agree. It would be unfair to the applicant if we could defer the height adjustment to preliminary plan, but we're asking them to bring fully engineered drawings back from preliminary plan, and that's not realistic if they don't know if they have that height or not. I don't know. I've taken up the floor. We'll continue to think about this. What is everyone else thinking? Let's play.
My other sense is that the building, the mass of the building, well, it's going to change the feel of the street from residential with commercial, to commercial with residential. It's gonna, because it's so big and you can't see through it. Where you have multiple buildings on the street as you go down, you can see through to the other side. This is going to be on Wickenden Street, especially one big building. I don't know how to, I think the design has made an effort to kind of address that issue where it's not just one big wall on the Wickenden Street side, but I still think that it's not.
I understand what you're saying, but it's the 10,000 square foot or under lot that they're able to merge and build a 4-story without asking us for the dimensional all in one. I don't know how we can get them to divide it up.
The design is a lot better.
I do too. I think I shouldn't neglect to congratulate the applicant and thank them for what they've done to iterate the design from what's been presented. I think I did, but I want to reinforce that it's coming a long way. I just still think there's a little bit more we need to move it to get it over the hump.
And then And on the idea of the corner, if it was lowered one story on that particular section of the building, because I think the glass. Well, looking at a couple different building drawings here, but in the one that was presented there, it looked like the last story on top was taller in that section, and then it had the little one on top. It seemed like the fourth floor, I guess, it was taller. If they dropped that corner down one story, I don't know if that would push the project out of the. Out there.
It seems like the applicant wants to say something, but let's get through with continuing our discussions, then we'll let the applicant chime in again.
I don't want to be too wordy, but I do want to respect everyone else here, and that they should listen to or hear some of our thoughts. So thank you to everyone, developer, for coming up with different iterations of the building, bringing in some added commentary and legal opinions. As well, definitely a big thank you to the public who stayed here for a couple hours now. And we appreciate and understand that this is personal time for a lot of you for coming out here today and you know, making voice heard. So and taking all this into consideration. You know, there's some, you know, the massing, the regular massing in the front, I think was definitely a big improvement. It looks a lot better, flows better with the street. Density it has to go all over the city, all over the state. I'm not saying it has to go every single place, but we do need more density. You know, there's a housing crisis on every level. You need that. It's not gonna fix affordable housing on its own. There's gonna be some other things that need to go into place, but you know, it's something that we need to look at. But in this case, consider if it's appropriate. And any new buildings and even historical areas. And in terms of historical properties and protection of it, says before, if it's not protected under the historical district commission, it's nothing that we can do about it. It's not under our authority to consider that.
They could knock down this building right now.
Correct.
Build a residential.
By right. And a lot of the stuff here is by right, except for some of the eligibility issues that we're looking at in terms of the dimensional adjustment. That said, I mean, this is, I think, a transformational project, whether that's good or bad, that's something, you know, that can be debatable, but it is a transformational project. I see that this would definitely be something that can change the unique, and, you know, dare I say, quaint, feeling of Wickenden. I think it will have an impact. It's a large building. It does take away from the area for both residents that live there, people that travel throughout the state to visit there, or commercial or friends, and also tourists who can find a unique place in Providence that they can enjoy. And I think we have to weigh in that impact and what that does to the historical fabric, or I say the cultural fabric instead of the cultural fabric of that street and neighborhood. And take that into consideration in our decision today.
I think there was a public comment. Again, we had many people who wrote in before and spoke during, either for or against this project. But I think that the thing that sums it up the most for me is that people are going to move here no matter what, whether we have the housing or we don't. We need more of it, and we need more of it at all levels. So we need additional housing, and we are in a housing crisis. I definitely know that. I see it all the time. And I'm not saying I'm going to cherry pick this project versus another, but we do need more housing.
I agree with you on that, but it's also a right development, right place with the right context. And we have to measure that in these decisions as well. I respect.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna echo a lot of what has been said here. The mass of the building is a problem in my eyes, but it's something that's by right. The height doesn't seem that much of an issue for me, but you know, I think we really do. We need the units, but to lose the character of Wickenden Street is a really vital and dangerous thing to play with. I owned a grocery store on Wickenden Street for 4 years. I lived on Wickenden, right off of Wickenden Street for 11 years. So Fox Point is my heart, and I hate to see us playing with that and making the wrong decision but there are some really important things here. We need more units in Providence. The rent is getting out of control. So weighing those two options, just like you guys have been saying, I think is the decision. It's very difficult to make, but
All right, I guess, Attorney Conley, if you'd like to approach one more time.
Just for the question was, how do you keep to the story issue at that corner? In talking to my client, we're happy to guarantee that a 10-foot setback on that Brook and Wickenden corner will be no fifth story.
And what are you currently at now?
It sticks with the rails from the rail.
Into the structure?
Yeah, so we have a 6 all the way around, I believe on that, and then we'd be increasing from the corner on Wickenden and Brook, an additional 4 feet.
Thank you. Hard for me to say whether that meets the intent without doing a having a visual representation of looking up. But it's something. I guess maybe it would say, you know, to continue to work on a 5-story appearance at Brook and Wickenden Street with at least a 10-foot setback on that corner for the 5th story.
And when you say the 5th story, you mean the top story?
The top story, they're calling it a 5th story.
Right.
The top story of the building, yes.
This is probably the time, Mr. Chair, where I should let you know that as a land development project under state law, in order to approve anything, you need a majority of votes of the people who are acting on this. So that means you need 3 out of 4 to approve something. And you also would need to take 3 votes on this.
We would need to take the dimensional adjustment, the design waiver, and then the master plan.
That's right.
Okay. I guess
one more thing on the traffic. Coming back, I know we talked about what are they gonna do with the delivery? And I think around the back side on Brook Street, that's not very nice, I suppose, the nice lot over.
I believe that's the case.
It is a vacant lot at this point. But the traffic for delivery vehicles on Wickenden Street would be, I mean, it's hard to get through there now.
It's hard to get from Brook Street to Wickenden Street and hard to get up and down. That's not necessarily the applicant's fault, because it's an existing condition.
Right.
But
At other times we've done
we don't want it to
traffic
be
studies
exacerbated. Yes.
Right. So we have asked at other times for traffic studies, not that it would change anything.
And we can ask for that preliminary plan phase. That can be a condition for the master plan.
And how would you mitigate it if it was already bad?
Right. I think it would, my gut is that it would be a level of service decline that would be the only thing that we would be able to measure, right? If we requested a traffic study at preliminary plan phase, unless if it kept the traffic service levels at status quo, pre and post development, I think that's what we'd be looking for. And any decrease in level of service would be the issue.
Obviously, I'm just secret about it. If I was to, it's not gonna be glaring in a traffic.
Right, I
It's
don't
gonna change anything.
I don't think it's going to substantially change the level of service to an already low service level roadway. I don't know that that's the best use of the applicant's money and time.
I'm gonna stick to part of that too.
I mean, there's always the option for the applicant to request a continuance while they continue to refine this if they'd like.
There's no room to move the service delivery stuff off the road.
Not really,
It's
but
not
they,
in the design that.
no, there's not in the design we've seen so far. Other than jumping the curb on Brook Street, maybe, because it looks like they have set it back, which is exactly where I assume it's going to happen, if not on Wickenden Street, because that will happen too, probably.
I mean, I'm in favor of the development of the, the number of units and all that, but it seems like it's gonna create some problems.
I agree, and I don't know how to mitigate that.
You know, you can argue too, way that we're approaching parking and reducing it throughout the city. There's gonna be, there's issues, especially probably because people still bring in a car. It's gonna take a while before, our city becomes more pedestrian. So we're kind of creating these situations, again, temporary issue until we can catch up to it.
But it was a, even 10 years ago, it was a drastic change in the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance to reduce parking requirements, to reduce all of these burdens on development. So and now we're on another redo of the city comprehensive plan, and I imagine that's going to continue to decrease as importance for development projects going forward.
But alternately, so we do have a lot more delivery drivers, right?
We do.
With Amazon, all that, but that's a thing that didn't, wasn't around.
It didn't
5 years ago.
exist. You're absolutely right. So I
Yeah,
think it's something that we
62
can.
units there's gonna be a truck there.
And I think
all
that's
day
why, as we're discussing the comprehensive plan and the revisions to it, maybe we are reducing parking, but maybe we add in 2 delivery spaces for Amazon, for UPS, things like that are a reality of our current lived environment.
Like a parking, dedicated parking. spot,
Exactly.
Yeah, like that.
Something to keep in mind.
I don't know, so I'm struggling with this, I mean, I do see, I think it's too big of an impact on the street. But I also want to you have to be fair to all parties, including the developers. And I don't know how to do that because I feel like I don't want to grind a dimensional adjustment, but if we don't do that, then how can they continue to invest in this project? It wouldn't be fair without with the unknown. I'm not sure how to
How do
accomplish that.
how do we word it that you'd feel comfortable with, other than, continue to revise the design to present as a 5-story structure along Brick and Wickenden Street, incorporating at least a minimum of 10-foot setback on the top level. On that corner of Brook and Wickenden Street.
So it's unknown to us now, right?
It is.
I don't know, so they can do 12 feet, which would meet that minimum,
Mhm.
but then you see them like, oh, this is still so out of scale and. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we can
Decide what we have now.
start going down. We have to decide what we have now. We can start going down and see where we end up if we want to take some votes. I mean, I think we have to start somewhere. And the applicant has requested.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
You have closed the comment portion. I mean, I think that, a certain degree of kind of back and forth and negotiation with the applicant, may be appropriate here, but I just want to make sure this doesn't turn into.
I agree completely. I'm curious because he's heard me mention potentially some options for him. I'm wondering what that might be.
There exists a technology where we can show exactly what the view will be from those locations. So we can show that level will be invisible. So when we say present as a story, there's a way for us to actually keep that standard with people.
Okay, thank you.
So can,
So do you want to, might you say something along the lines of that, you know, if this building is separated into three
Three as presented this
sections,
evening.
the section furthest to the west shall present as a 5-story building, and anything taller shall not be visible from the street.
I think that sums it up very eloquently for me.
So there was a couple other issues, right?
The first one was the landscape plan be approved before master plan, but also looking to increase,
Before preliminary plan.
or sorry, before preliminary plan, you're right. Looking at ways to increase green space, either on the site or directly off-site in the general vicinity, and continue to investigate deliveries. That would be for the master plan. We have 2 votes we need to take before that first, though. So I guess let's just start it down, because the first one is the dimensional adjustment.
I think that's the only one that's we had to pay for, right?
Right.
Can we, you know, the applicant came and said that there's some type of technology that can show these type of renderings, which I'm assuming means that it's not overly cumbersome for them to financially. Can we defer the adjustment till we get it to see that first? Like, what do you want?
Well, again, if we put it as a condition of the master plan approval, and we say that the building as presented this evening was broken up into 3 sections, the section furthest west at the corner of Brook and Wickenden Street must present as a 5-story building, and it's on the applicants, the burden of the applicant to prove that to us when they return at preliminary plan.
So the percentage is 5, but for whatever reason, it still doesn't seem to use the impact on the street. It's not satisfactory because we will no longer have any say in that because they have complied with what we are required to do.
Well, yeah.
Versus if we wait till we get that, then we can make a decision.
But if it's still,
didn't like that.
but if it
Well,
presents
no,
as a
I-
5, they're basically, go ahead.
So, you know, to Miguel's point, it's really hard to know what you're voting on if you don't see it.
It is.
And we don't know necessarily, you know, how they might change the roof line on the rest of the building. I mean, the idea here is that, you know, further up the hill, it's kind of a, you know, there's a parapet at the 4th story, and then there's sort of angle and dormers above that. So it looks like 4+. Whereas here, it would look like 5, which is not necessarily, you know, urbanistically a bad thing, because, you know, sometimes corners are where you have sort of a little bit more of a prominence. But, you know, I think that you know, it is, I fully understand that it's hard to vote on something that you're not seeing, and to make sort of the design to give sort of design guidance that might be interpreted in a different way than, you know, what you expected, or there might be multiple interpretations of this. That is hard. So, you know, you could, so there are, you do have options.
So we have until 10:01 before the clock runs out.
I would ask Mr. Conley if he agrees with that map. I emailed you earlier today to ask if you agreed with the map. We'll run through it if I mean, I think it's an important point to take a few minutes to kind of go through it. I'll pull this up here. So the application was certified complete on April 3rd. This came up on April 18th. We lost our quorum. The clock continued to run until May 16th. That's 43 days that have elapsed. The applicant requested a continuance on May 16th to June 20th and another continuance until August 15th, 2 months at the request of the applicant. So 43 days have elapsed. You have 90 days to approve master plan. So you have 47 days left. 47 days from today is October 1st.
We have one more.
You have
meeting.
one more meeting.
Now, if we ask the applicant to refine the designs based on our comments now, continue the meeting. We've already had the initial application, the applicant's testimony. We've already had public comment. When this comes back, what is our process? Do we receive those? Do we review them ourselves? Do we have to open this up back up to public comment if we're just continuing the meeting?
Would say
I think we-
for the applicant to speak, we need to open that up
For the public as well.
Yeah, because when we continue an item, we don't let them vote on it or speak to it because it can change. We have to respect the other way too. If it's going to change, give them the right to be able to review it and make any comments on this.
Well, I'm also cognizant of our workload over the
Yeah,
next few
I'm-
months.
I mean,
which
if-
I am
if
concerned
this-
about.
If this,
Forum too, so I don't.
Quorum
so-
next month doesn't look to be an issue,
But
but
if it is, we have to make a decision, right?
yeah,
We can't.
yes, we're force our hand.
no, it
No,
doesn't,
we
it
could-
doesn't have to be the same four people.
They could read into it.
It's a lot, but I think it's the fairest with some of the concerns that we have, unless somebody wants to put a motion. But I think it's the fairest way for some of the concerns that we brought to the table and to both, to everyone here in the public as well as developer who was able to listen to some of these things and make some adjustments that can hopefully get the other folks. It's hard.
I am concerned about our September meeting as well.
Yeah, September is pretty much booked. If you were just gonna vote, after a little deliberation, that's one thing, but to
To hear,
do
open up the
another
application
3+
again.
hour hearing, that's,
We'll be here until 2 a.m.
You could also do a special meeting. But, I mean, let's. What I would like is if a new design could be vetted at preliminary plan.
I agree.
I mean, and I know this may not give the developer a lot of comfort, but, one possibility is that you approve master plan, you defer action on the dimensional adjustment until preliminary plan. You have done that
We have done
in the past. But you can also give an indication in your approval of master plan that you're receptive to the dimensional adjustment at preliminary plan, but you can't make a definitive decision without seeing exactly what it looks like.
I with all deference to the applicant and the hardship this is going to create, I do feel that that's probably the best path, and I know that the applicant is hearing us, that we are receptive to the height adjustment. It's that corner of Brook and Wickenden that we're all most concerned about. And go ahead.
I'm also concerned about the visibility of the 3 sections. I would like to see it more pronounced, it was hard to see from the renderings that came in today, what they look like on the street. But if the 3 sections were more defined, I think it would help with the design to break it up.
The continuing
not
to
only
refine
not
the
only
design.
Corner thing, but the way that the building looks on Wickenden Street. So it looks, well, I don't, breezeways would be great, but.
No, they're not talking about 3 separate buildings.
Yeah, no, I was like,
But to make the distinction a bit more pronounced, I saw it, the effort in the drawing.
And I think
But
the effort should be
more
commended.
pronounced.
Yes.
I think that would also help with the design concerns and I'm not opposed to the height, I think, and the amount of units.
Yeah, so I think the takeaway that the applicant should gain from this is that we're receptive, we're still concerned about the design. And specifically that corner, and to continue down the path that you've already started on the refining of the exterior facade. The three sections is definitely appealing. And to continue to refine that. And I guess we need a vote on the dimensional adjustment, whether it's to continue it to preliminary plan or to approve it tonight or deny it tonight.
So we could make a motion to continue it. Well, but you had said
To
earlier,
defer.
to defer it to preliminary.
Yeah, defer the dimensional adjustment to the preliminary plan
And
phase.
by doing that, we beat the clock, taking action on the side.
Well, assuming we vote on the master plan, that's where the time clock runs, right?
Yes, it's right. That's, yeah, you have to vote on, you have to vote to you have to vote to approve on the master plan. The vote is to approve, deny, or approve with conditions. And one of the conditions can be that the dimensional adjustment is deferred to preliminary plan. I would in your, if that's where you want to go, I would say you should give very strong direction on an indication of your receptivity to the dimensional adjustment and the conditions under which you want to see a redesign.
And I think we've pretty clearly laid those out already. I believe, but we definitely reiterate it if we could take that path.
We're gonna take this in order, so that would be assuming that we have to take an action on dimensional adjustment first, right? But we go to get master plan, so.
Or do we put that
Do we
as
amend
a
that to
condition?
defer?
You can amend that so that it becomes a condition of master plan approval.
So we could just go in the design waiver first and then master plan approval.
Yeah,
And then,
If we repeat it again on the master plan.
yes.
So I'm trying to make the motion. If that's
well, we have to start with the design waiver first. If we're doing that.
okay.
The dimension, there's three votes we were contemplating. Dimensional adjustment, which is for the height.
Yep.
The design waiver is for the location of the sills over 2 feet from an adjacent grade. I think we should definitely vote on that tonight because that really dictates what they're doing going forward.
Is that the first one that has to?
That would be the first one, and
But I
then
thought we had to make amend the motion for the first one, make an actual motion to defer it to.
Well, you don't have to follow exactly what's in our staff report.
we can move that to a condition of master plan.
Just not.
So we could just ignore it for the time being, start with the design waiver, and then go to master plan and make a vote.
I'll make a motion that we grant the design waiver for the still. 2 feet from the adjacent grade.
Okay, so
Required. I make a motion.
we have a motion from Noel to approve the design waiver.
Second.
We have a second by Miguel. We'll go around. Noel,
Aye.
Miguel,
Aye.
Will, and I vote aye. All right, so now, if we are going to make a motion for the master plan approval, it would be that we vote to approve the master plan conditioned on, we would vote to approve the master plan based on testimony, findings of fact laid out today. And the master plan should be approved subject to the following conditions. Number one, the landscape plan shall be subject to the city forester's approval and approved before preliminary plan phase. A drainage management, number two, a drainage management plan shall be submitted at the preliminary plan stage. Number three, a signage plan shall be submitted at the preliminary plan stage. Number four, the preliminary plan shall include bicycle parking. Number five, the preliminary plan should continue to investigate deliveries and access for delivery vehicles to this building. And number 6 would be a deferral of the requested dimensional adjustment based on the height as presents at the corner of Brook and Wickenden Street, with the desire of the commission for that to present as a 5-story building with at least a 10-foot setback on the upper level at that corner, at the highest, the top level at that corner. And that the design should continue to follow the revised plans submitted at this meeting today.
Moved.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Noel.
Aye.
Miguel.
Aye.
Will.
Aye.
And I vote aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Second.
That was seconded by Mr. Sherry.
All right, it's 8 o'clock. We want to power through, or do we want to have lunch?
15-minute lunch.
All right, we're gonna take a 15-minute break. Because this is gonna be a long meeting. But the rest of it should go a little quicker. Thank you for the other applicants. Thank you for everyone who's joined us so far this evening. We will get to you guys in short order. We're gonna take a 15-minute recess. We will come back at, what time is it?
8:26. Now let's say
8:26. We will return. If I'm my agenda, hang on. There we go. There's the rest of my items. All right, welcome back. We're going to call this meeting of the City Plan Commission back to order. If you're having a side conversation, we'd ask you to please take that into the hallway. And now we will move on to agenda item number 2. We're there. This is a minor subdivision, Unified Development Plan Review, public hearing, case number 23-044 UDR. It's 95 to 101 Dedham Ave. And the applicant can come forward while Troyan introduces.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and this is a request for a minor subdivision. All right, is this better?
Are you on?
Just put it right close to your mouth, Joanne,
I got, okay.
like an inch from your mouth.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you. So this is a request for minor subdivision with request for relief from the lot area, minimum lot area requirement. Subject to Unified Development Review. These are 2 lots measuring 5,760 and 7,680 square feet. And the applicant would like to subdivide these 2 lots into 3 lots. Now, they have received administrative modifications to construct 2 lots of 4,500 square feet. But they are before you because they want relief for the 3rd lot, which would be about 4,448 square feet, which is just shy of the limit for an administrative modification. And these 2 lots are at the end of Dedham Ave, which is currently undeveloped, and the applicant can tell you more.
2 square feet, it looks like. Is that how much?
52. Yeah.
Oh, 52, okay.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, John Garrity on behalf of the applicant. This is simpler than the last one.
I appreciate that. But it is UDR, so we're gonna have to swear in your witnesses and whatnot.
Right, so Treyon did a good job of explaining it. 2 lots. Currently is a 3. We have the modification approved for 2 of the lots. The 3rd lot is just shy of the modification requirement, and that's why we're here. I presented the certification of mailing Troyan just before this, for my testimony here. And we have the stenographer here as a result of it being UDR. So as you know, it's a request for a variance with respect to the 3rd lot, which is 4448 square feet. So if you look at the plan for this, which is part of the staff report, you say, I'll say that there are 4 lots right directly behind this. These 3 lots fit within those lots there, so it's totally consistent with the area. It always amazes me whenever I go up and look at a project as to where it is. This is very difficult to find. It's down a dead end, so it's really not affecting anybody. I mean, it's certainly more housing, which is necessary, but it's in an area which is very secluded and really filling in the gap. It goes to the back of a shopping center, which is a C2 zone. So Mr. McHugh is here. I have Mr. McHugh testify at zoning hearings often with respect to the standards, and he's here as a result to do that. So, Mr. Chairman, if he can be sworn, I've also asked that he be asked to testify as an expert with respect to land use and zoning, and he has testified before the zoning board numerous times, as well as this commission, with respect to these types of matters.
Let's swear him in.
So would you raise your hand, Pam, please? Do solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. State and spell your names for the record, please.
Michael McHugh, it's MC, capital HUGH.
Thank you, sir.
And we'll accept Mr. Q as an expert, as he's testified in front of us before as an expert and the zoning board. Thank you.
So, Mr. McHugh, you're familiar with the property?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you briefly describe the property and the relief that's being requested in this matter?
Yes, two vacant lots on Dedham Avenue. Presently, they're going to divide and make it into 3 lots. It's on a dead-end street. It's actually unfinished at the end. There's no road, there's no utilities at all. That'll all be brought in by the, when they start building the houses there. The application is again to make 3 lots there. 2 of them were already been approved, as previously mentioned. The third one is just shy of obtaining that same approval. For the administrative modification under section 1903 was just short. You had to be within 10% of what's required. And by my calculations, this was 11.16%. So it was very close to getting the modification for all 3. So we're seeking a dimensional variance for a small amount to make this a buildable lot.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I don't know if it's part of the record, but I want the modification, which was approved by Alexis Thompson, zoning official on May 23rd, 2022, as part of the record, if I may.
Please do, thank you.
Thanks. So, Mrs. McHugh, with respect to the dimensional variance which is being sought, which is you indicated is the lot area variance with respect to size. Is it your opinion that the hardship which the applicant seeks relief is due to the unique character of the subject land and not to the general character of the surrounding area?
Yes, the land has been vacant through the years. The proposed lot size is very much in compliance with the land around there. Meets the general requirements. If I may, the zoning is R1 along Petty's Avenue. There was some 1 and 2 family dwellings. So mostly the 2 family dwellings have larger lots. To the north is the Hartford Avenue commercial corridor. There's a large shopping center, but adjacent to this, the rest of the area to the west would be there's 3 blocks. They're all residential, 1 family dwellings. Most of those are 3,200 square foot in area. So this lot, even though of those undersized, is very much in compliance with the general surrounding area, and especially the lots to the west.
And is the hardship the result of prior action of the applicant or his desire to primarily realize greater financial gain?
In my opinion, no. Again, the lots have been vacant. It does cost quite a bit of money to develop these lots, bring it in the street, all the utilities, water, sewer, and gas. And this area has been vacant and unused until it will be a project for the neighborhood.
And in your opinion, will the granting of the requested variance alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purposes of the zoning ordinance or the comprehensive plan?
So in my opinion, no. Again, it falls right into the category as an R1 zone. So it's for 1 family dwellings to be built. 2 of the 3 lots have already been approved, and this one is a minor dimensional variance. The use is allowed.
Is the relief being sought the least relief necessary?
Yes, it is. The dimensional in nature only. Again, the use allowed and complies with most of the lots in there.
And it's the size would allow for the construction of a single family house and dwelling on that lot.
Yes, it's sufficient. They also will have enough street frontage. So anything that missing is the total lot coverage, total lot area.
And will the hardship be suffered by the owner of the subject property if the dimensional variance is not granted amount to more than a mere inconvenience?
In my opinion, it will, due to the fact that it's in line with surrounding properties and also meets the intent and purpose of the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance.
Thank you. I have no further questions. I'd just like to present as an exhibit Mr. McHugh's profile with respect to his experience in the area of zoning. Mr. Chairman, and if you have any questions, be happy to answer them.
Please do, and thank you. Other commissioners, do you have any questions of the applicant? It's pretty straightforward.
The only question I have is just clarification. So these are it's R1 at this time.
Yeah, this is an administrative subdivision, dimensional variance, no rezoning requested.
Otherwise, they might.
Mr. Chair, I do believe that the applicant indicated that they might be seeking.
Let me, if I may, there's some property across the street that this applicant is also purchasing larger lots that has been put in a request for R2 with respect to those lots, and this is included. But right at the moment, there are one, and so that may or may not occur in the future with respect to these lots. But it'll come before you for recommendation.
Thank you for the clarification, Attorney Gary. Any questions of the applicant other than that? Okay, Joanne, do you want to give the staff report and then we'll open it up to public comment?
Sure, and commissioners, we concur with the applicant's testimony as well as our analysis. We find that the characteristics of this property, which is being at the end of an undeveloped street, do result in a hardship. And that they're not the result of the applicant's prior action and not necessarily for greater financial gain. And based on the testimony and our analysis, we don't believe that granting this variance will alter the character of the neighborhood or impair the intent or purpose of the comprehensive plan. This would be the least relief necessary. And also the purpose of this subdivision is to create 3 developable lots with 2 having received administrative modifications. And if that were to be denied, that we believe that could result in more than a mere inconvenience. So based on that, we recommend that you approve the request for relief for minimum lot size. And we should add that this dimensional relief will apply to the lots should they be rezoned. And from there, moving on to the minor subdivision, we do find this is consistent with the future land use map of the comprehensive plan. Subject to the applicant having received administrative modification and you granting the variance for minimum lot size, they will be in conformance with the dimensional requirements of the ordinance. And they will meet other dimensional, requirements such as lot width. Don't foresee a negative environmental impact. These will be buildable lots and street access will be provided from Dedham Ave. So based on that, we recommend that you approve the minor subdivision subject to these conditions, that the validity of the preliminary plan be extended to 1 year from the date of recording of the approval letter, and that final plan approval be delegated to DPD staff.
Thank you, Joanne. All right, it's that time in the this application that we will open it up to public comment. If there's anyone here in the room. We don't have any on the sign up sheet. Please raise your hand. Is there anyone in our virtual world who would care to chime in on this? Let's see, please.
There is not.
If you, again, raise your virtual hand or press *9. And seeing none, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. Yeah,
I'll make a motion to approve.
based on the testimony, findings of fact, and the staff report.
So this would be first for the variance. Yeah. First it would be for the variance and then for the minor subdivision.
So we're going to make a recommendation that we approve the requested relief for minimum lot size based on the findings of fact and testimony. Okay, we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second. We'll go around, do a voice vote. Noel.
Aye.
Miguel.
Aye.
Will.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Good luck.
Not a minor subdivision. The
Oh,
minor subdivision.
yeah, we need to do one more.
One more.
So for the minor subdivision, we would be, if there was a motion, it would be to approve the minor subdivision subject to the following conditions: that the validity of the preliminary plan shall be extended for 1 year from the date of recording of the approval letter based on a written request from the applicant. And number 2, the final plan approval should be delegated to DPD staff. All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Which one? You get to pick.
Okay.
We'll do a voice vote. We'll go around, Noel.
Aye.
Miguel.
Aye.
Will. And I vote aye. Now, good luck. Moving right along to agenda item number 3. Another unified development review, major land development project. Case number 23-039 UDR. This is for 661 to 665 Plainfield Street.
Thanks. And commissioners, y'all should be familiar with the site because you approved a minor subdivision to subdivide this site into 2 lots. I believe it was maybe sometime last year or maybe earlier this year.
but the applicant is back and they're seeking requests and they're seeking. And they are seeking to combine master and preliminary plan approval for a land development project consisting of 3 mixed-use buildings with residential on the ground floor, residential on the upper stories and commercial on the ground floor. And in doing so, they are requesting relief from the front yard build-to percentage requirement and from the corner side setback requirement from different lots. And I guess the applicants are here and they can elaborate on that. Oh, and we should also say that they're also looking for a waiver from submission of state approvals at the preliminary plan stage.
Okay, again, we're at UDR, so if anyone that you're having to testify needs to be sworn in.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, John Garrett, on behalf of the applicant with respect to this application. Slightly different, but still unified development proposal. So Mr. Jeff Likens is here, and I ask that he be sworn as he's going to be testifying.
Raise your hand, please. Do solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Spell both names, please.
Jeffrey Likens, J-E-F-F-R-E-Y, Likens, L-Y-K-I-N-S.
Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Mr. Likens is a registered architect as well as a land use expert, as has been the zoning officer, was the zoning officer of the city of Providence for.
We can accept him as an expert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, okay, Mr. Likens, would you like to, first of all, explain the project, what's involved here, and then I'm going to ask about relief. And then we can talk about the standards with respect to the variances that are being requested.
Yes. Also, if I can, have a couple of data sheets. So the development consists of, sorry, I lost my voice this morning. The development consists of 3 buildings on 3 lots. Each building will have 8 residential units. The first floor will be commercial. If you look at it, there's 2 buildings that are around 11,000 square foot size and one's around 14,000. The 2 smaller ones will have 2 commercial spaces and the larger one will have 3 commercial spaces on the first floor. So there'll be a total of 24 apartments. All units in this development, these buildings have natural light and ventilation. There are units in the basement that will be window wells so that they also enjoy natural light and ventilation. The development meets all the zoning requirements with the exception of 2 items. On the building on the biggest site, 665, you can see there's kind of a real pointy part of the site there, so it made it kind of difficult to get the full 60% of frontage there. So we need a design waiver there, just for that small percentage we couldn't make. And the building on the right, on the corner of Plainfield and Jewel, the lots are getting smaller as you go that direction. So that lot was tough to get the building to do the same thing, to reach that other corner, that side setback. So we opted for more green space. So that Jewel, by the way, is as soon as you pass this lot, you're in a residential district, where on the others end of the corner, it remains commercial after you turn the corner. So I thought it was more in keeping that we provide more green space getting into the residential district. Those are the only 2 items of relief we're looking for. The existing site is 100% impervious. It's a auto repair, bunch of cars and chain link fence surrounding the property. With the new development, and by virtue of these lots being under 10,000 square feet, we don't have to provide parking and are not providing parking. We're able to drop it to 60% impervious as an average across the 3 lots.
So, Mr. Likens, just to reiterate, the dimensional variance is for the right side of Jewel Street, the percentage, build to percentage, is that correct? That's the variance that we're speaking with respect to unified development here.
That is correct.
And the other one is the design waiver on the other side of the corner.
That is correct.
And with respect to the variances, the standards here, in your opinion, is the hardship for which the applicant seeks relief due to the unique character
of the subject land and not to the general character of the surrounding area?
Yes, it's completely, due to the nature of the shape of these lots, the odd shape of the lots.
And it's just that built to percentage that you're seeking relief from, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is the hardship the result of any prior action of the applicant or the desire to primarily realize greater financial gain?
No.
Why not? Just talk about.
Yeah, the relief is just because of the shape of the lots. Otherwise, everything is by right, according to the design.
Right, and it doesn't increase anything, their financial gain as a result of this small adjustment. Is that correct?
Right, I mean, if we were able to meet them, then we'd actually have better financial gains, so. Because buildings are coming out a little smaller because of that, because of the shape of the lots.
In your opinion, will the granting of the requested variance alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purposes of the zoning ordinance or the comprehensive plan?
No, I think it's in full alignment with the comprehensive plan, appropriate development for this district, C1 district. And I think this additional housing would be a great benefit in this area.
So it will be really an improvement to the area to what's there, is that correct?
I think it'd be a substantial improvement, yes.
And is the relief being sought the least relief necessary to accomplish the purpose here?
It is.
You're allowed to do what you can do by just asking for this minor relief from the build to percentage.
Correct.
Right. Will the hardship be suffered by the owner of the subject property if dimensional variance is not granted amount to more than a mere inconvenience?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Because
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to develop these lots.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I think it's a terrific project that provides additional housing in this area. It provides mixed use, the commercial use, as well as the residential above it. It fills in what is now kind of a very, not very attractive property and provides housing. It's on a bus lane to provide transportation to those people that will be living here. I think it's a tremendous improvement and necessary and fully compliant, other than these small, very much dimensional variances that are being sought.
I don't always agree with you, Attorney Gary, but on this one, I absolutely do. I was pretty excited to see this in our packet today, and I was very intrigued. I can't wait to see it come forward.
I just want to let you know that the 2 pages I gave you, the only difference on the site plan is I had failed to put the bicycle parking on there. So we need 2 bicycle spaces per lot. I'm providing a total of 15. And actually, since having done this, I saw another spot where we can get some more in, and we're going to do that. And we're probably also going to do some internal bicycle storage in the basement, for secure storage for the clients. The other page I gave you was at the staff review. It asked me about lighting. So that other page is just a candle diagram showing that we're not putting more than we're putting less than a foot candle on the public areas. That just shows the layout of the lighting. So we're just doing minimal lighting that makes it safe for the people to get around the building and get the bicycle.
So it shows no spill to adjacent properties, only to the public right of ways.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, you're right.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant?
No, we commented, haven't seen very many 2 and 3 that come through. So it's gonna be the next year.
Yeah. Anyone else? All right. Thank you very much. With that, we'll hear the staff report. And then we'll open it up to public comment.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. And as discussed and as in our staff report, the buildings largely conform to the dimensional and design requirements of the C1 zone. They comply with parking, landscaping, lighting, and except for the fact that they are requesting zoning relief from the front and side yard setback as discussed. So as far as the dimensional variances go, we would recommend that we do find that the applicant does suffer a hardship due to the unique characteristics of the property, which is because you can see that they display an irregular shape, and also the requirement to maintain a 10-foot setback from the corner of Jewel Street. The residential zone to the rear makes it difficult. This hardship is not the prior action of the applicant. We don't believe that this would alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair conformance with the comprehensive plan. This would be the least relief necessary, and we do believe that denial of this relief would result in more than a mere inconvenience. So based on that, we recommend that you grant the requested dimensional relief from the front and side yard setback. And moving on to the land development project, we would find that this is consistent with objective H2 and BE3 of the comprehensive plan. This is an area where multifamily and mixed-use development is encouraged for the future land use map. As discussed, the applicant is in compliance with the use, dimension, and design, as well as the parking requirements. We don't foresee a negative environmental impact. These are buildable lots, and street access will be provided from Plainfield Street. So based on that, we would first recommend that you we would recommend that you combine stages, having found that the applicant does meet the submission requirements for master and preliminary plan stages of review. Then we do recommend that you vote to grant the waiver from submission of state approvals at the preliminary plan stage. Subject to the condition that the applicant submit the approvals with the final plan and return to the CPC if they result in a change to the plan. And after that, we would recommend that you combine master and preliminary plan approval. And then we recommend that you grant master and preliminary plan approval subject to these conditions. That the landscaping plan be subject to the city forester's approval. The applicant shall submit any required encroachment permits with the building permit application. And finally, that final plan approval be delegated to a DPD staff.
Okay, thank you, Choyan.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just for the record, note that I did submit to Choyan a certification of mailing and advertising, which was complete.
So noted, thank you. With that, we have the applicant's testimony. We have a staff report. We're going to open it up to public comment. Is there anyone here in the room that would like to speak on this matter? And if you're joining us virtually, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 if you're calling in. Seeing none, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item, and we will move on to deliberations and decisions. So we're gonna have a couple votes here. The first will be the dimensional variance, which is the zoning matter. If we were to make a motion, it would be based on the findings of fact and testimony provided by the applicant that we approve the requested dimensional relief for the front and side yard setbacks.
I'll make the motion. So, for today's discussion to grant the requested dimensional relief from the front and side yard setback.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a fully formed motion. Go around with a voice vote. Noel. Aye. Miguel.
Aye.
Will.
Aye.
And I vote aye. So the next vote is on the planning application.
Waiver.
Yeah, so we're gonna be, the next one is a waiver from submission of state approvals at this phase.
I'll make the motion that we should grant the waiver of submission of state approvals of this stage. Subject to the conditions, the applicant submit the approvals with the final plan. And return to the CPC if the approvals result in a change to the plan.
Couldn't have said it better myself. We have a fully formed motion. We'll go around with the voice vote. Noel.
Aye.
Miguel.
Aye.
Will.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Next one would be the combination of the stages.
I make a motion that we approve combination of the stages. And waiving the state approval requirement. And we should combine the master and preliminary plan approvals, finding that all the items required for both states have been.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? All right, we'll go around with another voice vote. Noel.
Aye.
Miguel.
Aye.
Will.
Aye.
And I vote aye.
No, actually.
Thank you.
And now we're on to recommendation for the master and preliminary plan. Based on this foregoing discussion and condition of the CPC approving the above item. Master and preliminary plan will be approved subject to the following conditions. The landscaping plan shall be subject to the city forester's approval. The applicant shall submit any required encroachment purchasing permits with the building permit application, and the final plan approval should be delegated to the DPD staff.
So moved.
All right, we have a fully formed motion. Miguel seconding again. We'll go around with a voice vote. Noel?
Aye.
Miguel?
Aye.
Will? And I vote aye.
Thank you very much.
Best of luck. Thank you.
When's the brevity?
You just got approved very quickly. I think that's what you get. Next agenda item is number 4, city council referral number 3552 is the rezoning of 61 with 67 Leander Street.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Cherry on.
Yeah.
Cherry on.
All right, thanks, commissioners. A quick introduction before we proceed. So the applicant is requesting to rezone the subject lot from R1 to R2. And their intent is to allow for construction of 2-family dwellings on the site. And the applicant can take it from there.
Yes, thank you. So basically the project proposal is pretty straightforward, but we're directly across the street from the park. We're basically moving the R2 across the street. There's a lot of density in the area. It's actually an apartment complex tower right there. I'm happy to answer more questions. The recommendation, I think, is relatively clear and straightforward. Nothing further unless there's questions.
Okay, any questions of the applicant? Joanne will read the staff report. We'll continue on. All right.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. And we find that this zoning change would be in compliance with the comprehensive plan, given that per the future land use map, the low-density residential zone is directly across from the single-family residential zone that corresponds to these lots. And we should point out that while this area is zoned R2, the lots are completely vacant and overgrown. And so we don't foresee it would have this rezoning would have an adverse impact on the comprehensive plan and would not affect the purposes of zoning. So based on that, we recommend that you make a positive recommendation to approve the change to R2.
And commissioners, I just want to make a little comment about this. I wasn't here at the last meeting where we had a similar request to go from R1 to R2, and we couldn't support it because of its location relative to the future land use map and so forth. This is, as you can see on the screen here, these lots are directly across the street from R2. So that is a case where a zoning change is clearly warranted, as these lines we consider to be a little flexible when it comes to the comprehensive plan. So if there are any, just anticipating that might be a question.
Thank you for the clarification, Bob.
So just a comment that the numbers on that map are 61 and 65.
Yeah, 60, so this says 67. This lot here, 65, is considered 65 and 67, and then you see 69 is to the east, but that's the line. It's these two. It's lots. To be clear, more specific, 245 and 246 on the plat map.
Is R2 directly across the street?
This is R2 right here.
Okay.
Yeah, and then this is R1.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, this is a public hearing, so we will open this up to public comment. If there's anyone here in the room that would like to speak on this matter, please raise your hand. And anyone at home, please raise your virtual hand.
We do have someone. We have Councilman Miguel Sanchez, who I will allow to talk. This is in his ward.
All right.
Councilman, if you wouldn't mind unmuting and saying hello.
Hi, good evening, everyone. First and foremost, I just want to thank you, commissioners, members for being on here. I've been on and off since 4:45 p.m. today. I know it's been a long meeting, but it's very encouraging to see the participation of city residents, whether they support or oppose an agenda item. I think it's good to have that engagement. But I just wanted to quickly comment on strong support of this zoning change variance. I'm very familiar with the local developers. They are neighborhood residents trying to create positive change in the neighborhood. And just a side note, quick note, I've talked to the deputy director about this already. I would really like to see this whole section of R1 zone convert to R2 throughout this comprehensive plan process. This is something that I've talked to neighbors about, local developers. There's not a lot of commercial business owners around this area, but I've talked to them as well. Just the neighborhood characteristics are pretty much already resemble an R2 feel to the neighborhood. And like was mentioned earlier, most of this land is covered in forest and rocky mountains. So I mean, no one's going to be building any R1 homes around there anytime soon. So like I said, I just want to thank you all for your time and testify in strong support of this zoning change. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilman. I think you have an attorney here willing to take up that zoning petition on your behalf.
I'll have 4 more lots next week.
All right, is there anyone else in the public, in the audience, either virtually or here in the room that would like to speak on this matter? Seeing none, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. It's always easier when the person who's going to be driving this at the city council comes and testifies on behalf of it, but I think it's a pretty straightforward. I think this is vacant land right now that wants to be developed, so I'm pretty excited about that too.
All right, well, I'll make a motion that we make a positive recommendation to city council to approve the change to an R2.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, second. We'll go around with the voice vote. Noel?
Aye.
Miguel?
Aye.
Will?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Moving right along to agenda item number 6. Absolutely. You need a recorder? But these last ones don't matter to you anymore. You've been here long enough, your clock stops at 9. The meter ran out. All right, on to agenda item number 6, case number 23-041MI. It's 175 Congress Street.
Wait a minute, number 5.
Oh, I apologize.
Sorry.
You're absolutely right. I skipped right over it. We're getting ambitious. Case number 23-040MI, 45 Liege Street.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dylan Conley on behalf of the applicant.
I'm sorry, Dylan. Let's let Troy on do a very brief introduction.
Sure, and commissioners, this is a 10,000 square foot lot in the R2 zone, and the applicant is requesting to subdivide the lot into 2 lots of 5,000 square feet each.
Now take it away, Attorney Conley.
From there, Mr. Chairman, I really, again, I'm very comfortable resting on the recommendation. Detail on each of the elements is fantastic. We do have a planning recommendation for each of these applications, including the previous one, but unless there's objection, I'm comfortable with resting on the record.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for this applicant? Correct me if I'm wrong, but in the new zoning that's going to take hold in January, we won't even see these anymore.
I was going to say, the state law that was passed says that anything up to 9 lots is a minor subdivision, and any minor subdivision that is completely by right gets approved administratively.
So with that, let's hear the staff report and open it up to public comment.
Thanks,
You can make
Mr.
this one a
Chair.
quick one too.
And this lot is located in an area that the future land use map corresponds on the future land use map, an area intended for low density residential development. And the subdivision will result in 2 lots that could accommodate that intended land use. This subdivision will comply with the zoning ordinance, providing minimum lot area of 5,000 square feet, 50 feet of required lot width. However, the applicant will be required to demolish the building prior to final plan approval. to prevent the lot line from passing through the building. We don't foresee negative environmental impact. This will result in two buildable lots, and vehicular and pedestrian access will be provided from Liege Street. So based on that, we recommend that you approve the preliminary plan subject to these conditions, that the validity of the preliminary plan be extended to 1 year from the date of recording of the approval letter. The house shall be demolished prior to final plan approval, and finally, that final plan approval be delegated to TBD staff.
All right, we have, this is a public meeting. We'll open this up to public comment at this time. If there's anyone in the room or virtually, please raise your virtual hand. Come forward. Grant, if you wanted to say anything on this one, you're good. No, I'm just kidding.
R1.
R1. All right. No one is here to comment on this item. We will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. That could be forwarded as a motion just by saying so moved.
So move.
Second.
We'll give it to Will this time. All right, we have a fully formed motion. Go around with voice votes. Noel.
Aye.
Miguel. Will.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Now we officially are moving on to agenda item number 6, which is minor subdivision case number 23-041 MI 175 Congress Street.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chair. And this is a request to rezone the subject lot, which measures 14,742.
Sorry, Sharon, it's a subdivision.
Subdivision, I'm sorry. To subdivide the lot, which measures 14,742 square feet into two lots of 7,580 and 7,163 square feet. And this is located in the R2 zone, and the applicant is seeking to subdivide.
That's correct. Phil Conley on behalf of the applicant. Again, here, subject to any questions or concerns from the board, I'm happy to rest on the recommendation. I also do have a planning report as necessary, but I don't see any objections present, so I'm happy to rest on the record.
This is another one that come January, we won't even see. So this is you already set recommendations.
Sure, yeah, and just real quick, does conform to the comprehensive plan as well as the zoning ordinance. We don't force a negative environmental impact. This is a buildable lot, and street access will be provided from Congress Street. So based on that, we recommend that you approve the preliminary plan subject to you extending the validity of that plan to 1 year. And we ask that final plan approval be delegated to DPD staff.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. We will open it up to public comment at this time. Is there anyone in the audience or virtually who would like to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment portion of this agenda item. You can still say so moved because you just read the recommendation. Yes.
I think that lot. Right, you know if there's a plan.
Yes. This is R2, right? So I think it's a 2-family. It's the use concept at this point in time that fits in the subdivision. It's a condition of the sale that's in place because they were selling a lot, but it's still attached to the house. So we needed to separate it in order to actually complete the transaction. After they complete the transaction, they'll determine what it is they want to do. Knowing that developer, I would anticipate a 2-family.
And this is in a historic district, so any new house would be subject to the Historic District Commission's review.
Which is arguably harder than we are.
Based on the foregoing discussion, go to approve, well, we approve the preliminary point. Extended for 1 year from the date of reporting. Final approval to be delegated to PPD.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a fully formed motion. We'll go around with a voice vote. Noel.
Aye.
Miguel.
Aye.
Will.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Moving to agenda item number 7. It's It's a city council referral. Referral number 3553, rezoning of 66 Baltimore Street.
Mr. Chair, I think we can take 7 and 8 together since they.
I would love to.
Properly.
7 and 8 together, so we'll take that with the minor subdivision of case number 23-042 MI 66 Baltimore Street as well.
Sure, thanks. And Mr. Chair, the applicant is requesting to subdivide a lot that measures 4,310 square feet into 3 lots, with 2 of them measuring 5,490 square feet and 1 lot measuring 14,490 square feet. And this lot is currently occupied by a dwelling. And the applicant has also requested to rezone the entirety, which would result in 3 lots zoned R2. So I guess the applicant can tell us about both of those applications.
Yes, so it was an old sort of survey that, when we took a look at it again under current rules and regulations, we determined that there was good space for 2 whole lots in the near side. It requires a R2 zone change, so we've also submitted an application for the 10% modification, because they are 45-foot and 50-foot lot widths, but the lots are relatively deep. If you look at the surrounding area, it's pretty compatible with the zoning and the other uses in the area and the other lot sizes in the area generally. This is again in the same relative area that Councilman Sanchez spoke about. We have been in touch with our council throughout. As we zoom out, we've got other applications up in the corner there, and that was Leander. Yes, exactly. And not that it varies any point on the standards. I do think it bears worth saying each of these applications, including this one, the applicants have been so encouraged by the interactions with the city, with the application process, that they were kind of dipping their toes into this type of development, and they want to do more of it as a result. So I think everyone here deserves a lot of credit for that.
I think the staff deserves most of the credit for that. I agree completely. Do you have any questions for the applicant? All right, let's hear the staff reports on both.
Sure. And commissioners, first with zone change, as you can see on the map, you can see that the site is directly adjacent to the R2 zone. And for the future land use map, which as we've said, does not correspond to, which is not intended for parcel level analysis. This area is one where low density residential with 2-family dwellings would be appropriate. And we don't this would be appropriate given the character of the surroundings, and we don't foresee a negative effect on the health, safety, and welfare. And the rezoning would be in conformance with the purpose of the zoning on section 1.1 of the ordinance. So based on that, we would recommend that you make a positive recommendation to the city council to approve the zone change to R2. And as discussed, the applicant would like to subdivide the lot into 3 lots. And again, as discussed, we do find that that would be consistent with the comprehensive plan, given the future land use map. The lots will largely comply with the zoning ordinance, because while they will meet the minimum lot size, the applicant is required to apply for zoning relief, as 2 of the smaller lots will provide 45 feet of width where 50 are required. So they can comply with the ordinance either through a variance or applying for an administrative modification. We don't foresee negative environmental impact. These will be buildable lots, and street access will be provided from Baltimore Street. So based on that, we recommend that you approve the preliminary plan subject to these conditions, that the validity be extended to 1 year from the date of recording of the approval letter, that the applicant either obtain zoning relief either through an administrative modification or a zoning variance for lot width prior to final plan approval, and finally, we ask that final plan approval be delegated to the staff.
Okay. Thank you very much, Choyan. This is a public hearing. We will now open up public comment. Is there anyone in the virtual world who would like to speak on this item? And again, Councilman Sanchez.
Hi, everyone again. I just wanted to voice my strong support of this change as well. And I just want to put it for the record that I do live on Rushmore. So on my side is R1, which is right there. It's like 3 streets down from Baltimore. My side is R1, and then the other side of Rushmore is R2. So just want to put that on everyone's radar. Start doing your research and whatnot, because I think it's something that we really need to do for the better good of the neighborhood and the city in the bigger picture. And once again, just thank you all so much for your time today and your dedicated service to the residents of Providence. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you, Councilman. Anyone else who would like to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. We're looking for 2 votes on this one. The first is the city council referral.
For today's discussion and testimony that we heard, I believe that we recommend to the city council approval to change this to R2.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Give it to Will again. We have a fully formed motion. We'll go around with a voice vote. Noel?
Aye.
Miguel?
Aye.
Will?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Now we'll move on to the minor subdivision.
So moved.
I'll make a motion that today's discussion to approve the preliminary plan. That preliminary plan should be extended from 1 year to the date of recording. That the applicant will obtain an administrative modification for the lot. We already do that, the zoning variance.
No,
We'll obtain it before the final approval, and the final approval should be delegated.
All right, we have a motion. Miguel seconded. Go around with the voice vote. Noel?
Aye.
Miguel?
Aye.
Will?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second? Do a second?
I wish. Second.
All right, there we go.
Oh.